take your order.
Yeah, I've got a DoorDash for KW.
Drive up, please.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
You had an order for Tay, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Hey,
you want something to drink?
Orange juice.
Gotcha.
You've been doing okay?
Yeah.
Yeah? That's good.
How about yourself?
Good. One day at a time.
That's all you can do.
Yes, ma'am. I love you, okay?
Yep.
You're the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You
Be
too.
safe.
You too. Thank you.
And Sean came too. He didn't walk with us. He stayed about 10 meters behind us, which of course I thought was odd. But of course, I tried not to pay much attention to it. However, if you have anxiety, this is easier said than done. We made it to my house and Alan left as I was walking up my driveway. It was at this point that I realized Sean was not around. I didn't see him leave with Alan, nor did he walk me up my driveway. Again, I tried to not pay much attention to this observation, but of course it kept nagging at me, begging for me to give it my full attention. I fumbled with my keys and was about to put the key into the keyhole when Sean popped out of the bush next to my door. To say it startled me would be quite the understatement. I damn near cracked myself. Breathing heavily, he stared into my eyes and said, "Nice place. I'll see you later." And with that, he was gone. I hurried inside and locked the door quickly behind me. I went around to all the windows and doors, making sure they were all shut and locked. This is a part of my nightly routine, but I made sure to do it much slower tonight, double and then triple checking every entrance to the house. I went up to my room and my phone dinged as I received a notification from Facebook. It was a friend request from Sean. I ignored the request. Before I headed off to bed, my phone rang again. This time, it was a message from a number I didn't recognize. I never answer calls from numbers I don't know, or texts, so I ignored it and went to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I had 55 text messages from this unknown number. I had my suspicions that it was Sean, but now I could confirm it. I was going to school for nursing at the time, and some of his messages were about him calling me his naughty little nurse, and now he wanted me to stick him with needles and then do it to myself. He would describe my body in great detail. I didn't reply to him. I blocked the number, but it made no difference. He would message me on Facebook, so I reported and blocked him. However, he would make new profiles and message me from them. This went on for a couple of weeks before it started to get much worse. I was heading back to my room after having a shower, and I noticed that I had a message from Facebook. It read, "I love when your red hair is wet. It looks like blood." My stomach felt like it dropped down to my feet. There is a small window in my bathroom. I have never felt so violated in my life. I had enough at this point and decided to call the police. I showed them all the messages he had been sending me from different accounts and numbers. I also told them about his most recent message about the shower. They went outside to look around the area around my bathroom window. What they found still disgusts me to this day. They found sperm all over the bush under my window. The police told me they would go and speak with him and left. I was furious they didn't do more. I head back into my room to see I have another message on my screen. "No one can save you now," it said. I have never felt so helpless in my life. Perhaps if more were done, it wouldn't have gotten as bad as it did. I didn't tell anybody about what was happening, especially not my boyfriend, not my parents or my roommates or my closest friends. Things started to escalate even more. He started to follow me home when I got off work, so I always had a coworker walk home with me, since he lived in the same area. I always knew Sean was there. I could sense him following out of sight under cover of darkness, eyes burning into me as usual. About a month later, my coworker had to go home early. He wasn't feeling well, and so I had to walk myself home. It had been a few days since I felt him follow me home, so I tried to tell myself that he had probably given up. It was a peaceful night. Beautiful. I didn't get the usual feeling that Sean was following me, to which I felt very relieved. Maybe it was finally over. I thought to myself, but boy was I ever wrong. Another benefit to having an anxiety disorder, in my case at least, is you become very aware of your surroundings. I know everything about my house and where everything is supposed to be. My roommates all went to their families' homes for the weekend, so I knew I'd be coming home to a fully locked and secure house. Walking up to the front door, I got this feeling that something was wrong. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. Everything in the front hallway was in order. I walked into the living room where we had a sliding glass door leading out to the patio. It was then that I stopped dead and I noticed it. The sliding door was not locked properly. The lock on it is kind of hard to push down for it to lock all the way. When I looked at it, it was only halfway down, as if somebody tried to lock it but didn't push it down the rest of the way when the lock started to resist. It was at this moment that I literally froze with fear. My roommates left before I left for work, so I locked up the house myself. Even if any of them came back while I was at work, they never used the patio door since they have keys. Plus, they all know about the fight you have to have with the door in order for it to lock completely. I ran into the basement and locked myself in the bathroom and called the police. It seemed like hours passed by before I heard a firm knock at the bathroom door and heard a male voice say, "Police, open up." I didn't move at first, afraid that whoever broke in was just trying to get me out of the bathroom. But I heard a muffled, static voice from the policeman's radio. I opened the door to be greeted by 3 cops standing in front of me. "We found the man who broke into your house," said one of the officers. "He was hiding up in your bedroom." I didn't have to ask who the man was. Of course I knew who he was. I allowed myself to be led upstairs by the cops so I can identify the guy in the car as the guy who had been harassing me. When I looked into the car, Sean was staring back at me. He smiled maniacally up at me. "That's him," I said softly to the cops. Before I turned to walk back into the house, I saw him mouth the words, "I'll see you later." I was told by police that when they found him in my room, he was hiding under my bed with a weapon. I I didn't want to know the details about this weapon since I was already scared enough. There is no doubt in my mind that my life would have been independent. I am changing into a person who is petrified to be by themselves, concerned a lot of people around me. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone, not even my boyfriend. I never wanted to worry any of them, especially my family. I found out a few weeks ago that he was released from jail, and I received a notification on Facebook from him sending me a friend request. Not sure if this story belongs here, but I can still remember this day like it was yesterday. My mom's words clinging to my eardrums like plastic wrap on a leftover plate. I need you and your friends to be extra careful. There have been reports of a white truck following the little girls home. If you see your friends walking alone, don't let them. You can walk at that time all the surrounding parks and school playgrounds and sat on top of the hill. It was the next door to both the mayor of the housing authority and the SFC, Sergeant First Class of the military police. In my mom's defense, she was a single mom of 4 and was active duty. I didn't have the luxury of getting rides to school when typically she was out of the home at 5 a.m. and didn't return until 5 p.m. Even in the summer, school started at 8 a.m. and ended at 3 p.m. And you could only take a bus to school if you lived more than 3 miles from campus. In case you didn't know, the military is a full-time job, regardless of your home situation or your kids. When you get orders, you follow them or risk demotions or being dishonorably discharged. I did this same routine every day. Go across the street through the 2 houses, down to the sidewalk. Go through an alleyway until I reach the Tank Destroyer Trail. Walk half a mile to the concrete bridge that goes over the street, and finally down the other side to the school side doors. Reverse order.
Can't forget the straw, okay? All right.
every year for 3 years. My mom was a drill sergeant, and until that morning, I had never really taken her word seriously. I remember telling her, "We live on a military base, Mom. There's no way I'll ever go missing. And besides, I can scream." It's summer in Central Texas. It's a blistering hot day, and summer school has been dismissed early. I and a few of my friends are walking home together, but today it's eerily quiet between us. My gut is buzzing like an angry hive the further away we get from the school. For whatever reason, I felt like I was being watched. I do a scan of the area and notice there are no other students around but myself, Aubrey, Ashley, and Amber. Nothing is being said as we get halfway across the bridge, so I break the silence and ask if they're okay. Ashley responds, "My mom and dad have been warning me about this truck that's following kids home." Aubrey chimes in, "Mine too. I think they're just trying to scare us." "But why?" I ask. "What purpose would that serve them to do that? Maybe to keep tabs on us?" Aubrey replied while looking at her phone. Aubrey's dad was a bit of a control freak, but I doubt that he would even done something that drastic to control her. If that were the case, then there would be no need for all of our parents to warn us. "Well, I'm going to go home this way today," Ashley says as she starts to take a different run home. "What about the truck?" Amber grabs Ashley's hand and grips it tightly. "You need to stay with us." I look over at Aubrey, who's walking a bit faster down the trail. I can hear the fear in her voice. I'm getting out of here before something bad happens. My hair practically jumps off my body hearing her say this word. All of the danger bells and whistles are going off so loudly that I can barely hear myself talk. "Ashley, at least let us walk you there," I pled. She reluctantly agrees and comes back to the trail with us. Aubrey is a good length ahead of us, and so we yell for her to slow down. She turns around and I can see the whites of her eyes. I turn just slightly to my right from the corner of my eye. There's an all-white truck, no license plate, and a pit window so you couldn't see the driver. It was slowly driving by the curb on the main road, and it was definitely following us. There were no other cars around, and that made it all the more creepy. I stopped walking and looked straight at the truck. I tried to see if I could make out any distinctive marks, maker model, but it didn't even have a brand on it. Ford, Chevy, Nissan. No grill emblem at all. Friends stopped, and then we all stared. Whoever was in the driver's seat was certainly looking back at it. All of us held our breaths and waited for it to leave. It didn't. My every sense was telling me to run. My gut was telling me to run. My fight or flight was the only flight at that point. I already knew what was going to come next. I placed my leg behind me, and as I took a step back, "It's going to chase us. We need to run." Before the others could respond, the engine of the truck roared like a lion. The front tires jumped the curb, and the truck came barreling down the trail. That half a mile seemed to take forever to run down. We bolted down the trail as fast as we could. It definitely was gaining on us. We get to the end of the trail and stop at the sidewalk that's by my neighborhood street. It was still chasing us. We all shouted and screamed. Aubrey tried to grab her cell phone and dial 911 and dropped it as we were running. Where was everyone? How was no one hearing us cry out? Behind all these houses, whose backyards led to the walking trail? How was that even possible? Is no one seeing this? How can no one hear us? I tell them all to follow me to my house, and we finally get there. My front door is locked, and I don't have my house key. We immediately go next door to the military police officer's house and begin hurling our fists at the door, screaming for help. The officer isn't home, but his wife is. She opens the door and we frantically get inside. We force her out of the way as we all run inside and slam the door shut. Miss Janet is asking us all kinds of questions, but we tell her to be quiet. We don't even make it to the couch. We all stand by the door and try to stay away from the windows. We hear the truck drive by and decide no one leaves until Miss Janet's husband comes home. Just thinking about it as I'm typing, this makes my stomach hurt 11 years later. Even now, I find myself grasping for air. My mouth dries out, and my neck stings as if hot needles are being forced down my esophagus. When he came home, he made formal police reports and he told our parents, teachers, and other students about the incident, but we never heard any other updates from the truck. From then on, teachers were on every post of the trail for kids walking home from the school. Military police officers were and still are posted on every corner within a 2-mile radius of the school.
I've been driving for Chow now for about 8 months now. It's not a career, just something I fell into after I got laid off from the warehouse. The pay's garbage, but it keeps my rent paid and my car running. It was a Friday night in late February. I remember because it was my brother's birthday weekend, and I'd been trying to hustle up enough cash for a decent gift. It had been pouring since 4, and the intersections were starting to flood so badly that my windshield wipers felt useless. I was about to pack it in for the night around 11:30 when this order popped up. It was a $72 Chinese food run from Golden Dragon, but the drop-off was way out on Hillcrest Road, even past where the streetlights reach. The GPS took me down roads I'd never been on. As the rain got heavier, my headlights barely cut through. When I finally found the address, I had to double-checked the numbers in the mailbox. It was an old 3-story Victorian-style mansion with a wraparound porch that was mostly rotted through. Half the shutters were hanging crooked. The lawn looked like it hadn't been mowed in years, but the lights were on inside. I could see them glowing through the front windows. I grabbed the food and ran up to the porch, trying to avoid the spots where the wood looked like it might give way. I knocked on the door, and it opened almost immediately. The guy who answered was maybe mid-40s, pale as hell. with long dark hair parted down the middle. He was wearing a full tuxedo with a bow tie, cummerbund, and shiny shoes. It looked like he was about to walk into a wedding. He thanked me, smiling ear to ear, for coming all the way out here. He said the food was for his anniversary dinner and that his wife was upstairs getting ready. I gave him the bag. He took it, then patted his pockets and frowned. He said his wallet was upstairs and asked if I could wait just a minute while he grabbed it. He even offered me $50 cash if I'd hang tight. I was tired and creeped out, but $50 would have covered my gas for the week, so I said sure and stepped inside. The entry hall was huge. It had hardwood floors, a giant staircase heading up to the second floor, and old paintings covering the walls. All the stuff looked expensive, but it was completely covered in dust, like nobody had bothered to clean in months. He led me toward the dining room and told me to make myself comfortable. The room was set up for a fancy dinner. The center table had a white tablecloth, china plates, and crystal wine glasses. There were candles everywhere, and I could even spot a bottle of expensive wine already open on the table. But I really felt queasy. The house was completely silent except for this loud ticking clock on the mantel. The guy stood there watching me for a second before he excused himself and said he'd be right back. I watched him head upstairs and waited around. I checked my phone, but there was zero service out here. All I could hear was that loud clock on the mantel. 5 minutes turned into 10. I was starting to get annoyed. $50 wasn't worth hanging out in some creepy house while this guy played dress up with his wife. I waited until about 15 minutes before I finally yelled out to see if everything was all right upstairs. He yelled back that his wife was almost ready. It'd take a couple more minutes at most. I waited a little longer, looking around the dining room again. Everything was too perfect. The wine glasses didn't have any smudges. The plates looked brand new, as if they'd never been used. Even the candles, which looked like they'd been lit forever, hadn't really dripped or melted much. 20 minutes in, I'd had enough. I walked to the bottom of the stairs and called up again. This guy poked his head over the railing and apologized. He said he couldn't find his wallet, that his wife must have moved it. He disappeared back into a room. I stood there debating whether to forget the tip and just leave. Suddenly I heard him talking. He was asking his wife where she'd put his wallet.
What can I get for you?
Yeah, I've got a DoorDash for...
Second window.
All right, thank you.
Did you know that you can get your PrEP for free? With Mister, you can get your PrEP prescribed to you online and delivered right to your door for free. Whether you have insurance or not, Mister has you covered. And you can do all your testing right at home. Go visit Mister.com. Did I mention it's free?
And one of them are the vaults from Vault-Tec. In every single Fallout game, you can find at least one vault, and in fact, vaults are the starting locations of almost every Fallout game. And with the help of the map from the Fallout Prime TV show, it lists all 122 locations of the vaults. And with amazing people like my friend Nikia Tunnel Snakes Fool, we have an actually lined up map of where vaults could be placed within the realm of the universe and the real world map of the United States. And with that, I wanted to sit down and gather all the information we know about all of the vaults within the Fallout canon and universe. So I sat down and gathered a list of all the vaults that we know about and where their locations might be and where it would be on this map. So today I will be embarking on a rather long journey as I'm going to be going through and explaining every single vault and lore and its location within the Fallout universe. As a bonus, at the end, I'm going to be showing how I theorize where the location of unlocated vaults might be. So basically comparing the map and the Fallout lore we have, you can almost pinpoint where the other vaults that aren't currently listed in the Fallout canon are within a pretty good percentage chance. So gather your supplies and start studying for the GOAT, as today we will be going through the lore and location of every single vault found in Fallout canon and non-canon. I will explain what that means as we go along. The Vault-Tec Corporation, also simply known as Vault-Tec, was a pre-war defense corporation which won the federal government contracts to design and implement a network of bunkers known as vaults. By the time of the Great War, it was the largest company in America, valued at an estimated $1 trillion. Its wealth gave it immense sway within the United States government, which was rendered broke by the debt.
Okay, we thought he was gonna help us, but I guess not. It's like I was so excited. It's like DoorDash. I'm like, yes. Second window. I'm like, fuck you. Thanks a lot, man. You got my hopes up and you shot me down. Bang, bang. You shot me down. Bang, bang. I hit the ground. Bang, bang. McDonald's shot me down. Bang, bang. You shot me down. Bang, bang. You shot me down. Bang, bang. Hit the ground. All right, you think this is gonna work? We think this might actually work. Might have to get it pressed, but I don't think I have a presser here. I think it should be all right. What do you think? You think it's gonna be all right? I don't think it's gonna be all right. I don't think it's gonna be all right. All right, let's see. Let's see. Maybe turn off my audio and everything. Jesus Christ.
A long Sino-American War. As a result, the company deemed the USA a failed nation and then shifted its priorities.
Great.
The hundreds of billions of dollars earned on Project Safe House, aka the vaults from the United States government, were used to ensure the survival of Vault-Tec after the Great War, while also turning the vault into a giant social experiment to gather data for the company and the Enclave. In fact, the original reason for the vault experiments in the vault itself was to continue the population after the war, in space. That's right, it's alluded to in Fallout 2 under President Richardson in the Enclave that the vaults were supposed to see how well humans can survive in space, and in the cancelled Fall of Van Buren game, it would be to explore it more. Now with the background out of the way, it's time to get into the details of every vault within the Fallout universe. Now, as of note, some of these vaults are canon, some are not canon, and then some are in that weird semi-canon area. As we go down the list, I will be explaining which one is which, where it is in the game, the resources that the vault appeared in, and the most important thing, the experiments that have appeared within it. As of note, I will not be adding anything that appeared in the Fallout Shelter related, because they just have vaults that are not supposed to be canon, like some crazy number like 725. I don't know if that's the actual number or not, but like they have numbers that shouldn't be within the canon within the 122 vaults. So I will not be going into it, and there's no story or experiments related into the Fallout Shelter universe. So all those vaults are not in this video. However, all the other vaults, and if they possibly are canon or semi-canon or whatnot, are still listed because I think they still can be really fun. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Hello.
Papa, we got
DoorDash?
barbecue.
What's his name?
It is Dante. Thank you. All right, this should work. It should technically work. Is it gonna work? I don't know. We don't know. But technically, it should work. Problem is, it's not flushed. It's not sitting flushed with the case. So, is it gonna work? We don't know. Let's let it dry. Let's give it time dry, and then we'll see if it's gonna work. Farah, hello, hello. Ali, hello, hello. Farah. There you
How
are.
you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good.
How was your day?
Pretty long.
Okay. All right. Did you get your mocha?
Yes, I did. Actually, I got 3 of them today.
Okay. All right. That's good. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad at all. All right.
No, it was a 3 mocha kind of day.
Okay. Sometimes you need 3 mochas to get through a day. Okay. And that's okay.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely do.
Hot fries, please. What does that even mean? The person that I'm door dashing for just texted me. He said, hot fries, please. What does that even mean?
He wants his fries hot.
Oh! Like I have any control over his hot fries.
He wants
I'm-
you to drive super fast.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. I don't think that's gonna happen. But if that's what he means.
Tell him to buy you a warmer and you'll keep his fries hot. No problem.
That's funny. That's funny. Should I ask him what does that mean? What does that mean? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really don't know what it means. It's McDonald's. They only have French fries. He wants hot fries. I don't think they have hot fries here.
Huh. Put some ghost pepper on it. They'll be hot.
That's funny. What did you think
He
about the
wants hot fries.
Fair. What did you think about the podcast?
It was really good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it was really good.
Organized, right?
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm. It's I didn't throw like legal terminologies at you without explaining what the legal terminologies are. Not everybody
Right.
is going to understand those legal terminologies like exculpatory, inculpatory. No, like I toned it down, explained it in layman's, like, you know, like average day.
Right, because a lot of people don't know
Thanks a
what
lot, man.
those
Thank
words
you.
mean.
Exactly. It felt like I was teaching, like, you know, when I was watching it afterwards, it felt like you're teaching a class, but that's what you have to do, okay? I mean, you have to slow down the conversation, and you have to explain what is a motion to dismiss, what is exculpatory, what is inculpatory. It's so simple. Important versus not important, okay?
I bet you like watching yourself, don't you?
Oh, I love watching my podcast afterwards. I used to do that. I used to work on cars before all this, and I used to, like, when I work on a vehicle, I would record like how to fix it, and then after I'm done, I would like sit in my car and just like sit there and edit my video and watch my video, essentially.
That's pretty cool. You definitely seem like the kind of person that would do that.
Oh yeah, I would like just sit in my car, like in a parking lot somewhere, at a gas station somewhere, like editing my videos, watch myself work on a car, and bird watch, which is just like watch people in and out of the store. Get a bunch of snacks. I swear to God, I would get a bunch of snacks, and I would just like, that would be like what I would do after work.
That's perfect.
And then after I'm done with the video that I'm editing, I would like I would like force everybody around me to watch it. I'm like, watch the video when I fix the car. Look at it.
That's great.
But yeah, do I enjoy watching myself after I'm done with the podcast? Yeah, absolutely.
That's funny.
You like how I dived into Chad Mason, and it's like getting to know Chad Mason?
No, Chad Mason, that's great.
It's interesting. You know, when you start psychoanalyzing this officer, the story, you start understanding what they're doing in this case. I mean, who is Chad Mason?
Yeah.
That fire that's all over the news is interesting. I want to know the family that the fire that caught, the house that caught on fire. I mean, how random is it?
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah. How random is it? Amy
I
Hostin.
heard about that I heard about it on the news.
Oh, when it happened, like back then?
I think so.
See, I want to know. I mean,
Maybe it was online. I don't know. I heard about it somewhere.
I mean, look, they're talking. I mean, what does Amy Hobson talk about? Kylie is at a hotel. She caught a house on fire. Okay, and here you're talking about Chad Mason. The people are at the hotel. They're in a hotel. I mean, is it the same family? I really, you know, now I'm invested. I'll be right back.
Take him along as he was picking up and having sex with her.
Got to ask him for the PIN number. I'm back.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna be busy all night.
Why? What happened?
Well, wants me to make egg rolls for his birthday.
Okay.
So I have to make like 200 of them. And just to make the stuff that you put in them, that takes forever to just cut up. And then you have to wrap every single one of them, and then you have to deep fry them.
Yeah, you're gonna be up all night. That's a lot of work.
I know.
$7.55 offer 5.4
Could you bring them
miles.
over?
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your room.
He's like, could you bring them over in the morning?
That's funny.
No problem.
That's funny. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of work.
Yeah, plus I've already made 80 of them today at work.
Okay.
For Brenda and her family.
All right, there you go. Oh, for Brenda. So you still have to make.
Every time I make them, everybody says, can you make some for me? Can you make some for me?
That's funny. That's funny. When you said 80, I'm thinking, all right, okay, well, you only have 120 left. And then you said Brenda, so I'm like, never mind. You still have to make 200.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I wonder, we're just asking questions here. We're just trying to get to the bottom of, is it the same family that Chad Mason saved in the fire?
That is a very good question.
I mean, it's just too many coincidences here. I mean, you got a fire, okay? You got a hotel, and you got a father that you shook his hands, okay? And now the same father is telling Kylie to go into a forensic interview.
Yeah, that's really weird.
I mean, Chad Mason is invested.
Really weird.
I mean, think about it. Chad Mason is invested, okay? This is, like, so, I mean...
He is.
So, does he know? Is he connected to Kylie?
Probably.
That's a good question. I mean, these are questions that were, I mean, the news didn't talk about a name, didn't talk about anybody. We don't see, I mean, we don't know, the news is not telling us anything. They're just telling us that a house caught on fire and the family is at a hotel. Well, Kylie's family was at a hotel, according to Amy Hodson. Thank you, Amy Hodson. You came through again.
Yeah, she does a lot of talking.
You have no idea how much she's doing for us. She's doing a lot of work for us. All right. This could not have been possible if it wasn't for her.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's really weird because they didn't say a name.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder where you'd look to find that. There has to be a name somewhere.
Mm-hmm. There has to be a record of it somewhere.
Oh man, if I lived there, can't you like FOIA that kind of stuff?
I'm sure you can.
That's really weird. You have to live there to FOIA things.
Yeah, that is weird.
Because here you don't have to. You can FOIA stuff from California and all over the place. It's not there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, when you think about it, it really doesn't make any sense.
Right. Of course, nothing that happens there makes any sense, but I mean...
Sarah, Kylie's interview went up to 48,000 views on Instagram and Facebook.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for a case that's not getting media coverage, we're definitely getting coverage.
I'd say so.
The one thing that the prosecutor doesn't want to get out is Kylie's interview. I mean, this is her main witness, and that forensic interview is now leaked that the prosecutor is using an individual that's lying to the police department. I mean, Kylie against Kylie. I mean, that forensic interview is gold. It's gold. I mean, there's so much in there that you can get to the bottom of and cross-examine. I mean, it's literally having a trial on the internet.
That is true. That whole interview is very weird. That lady even acts really weird.
Mm-hmm. I mean, part 4, that Kylie is telling her, you've never been here, right? She wants her to say, I've never been here. And Kylie is so dumb, she's like, yeah, I've been here. They told me I've been here. Actually, I've never been here. Well, which one is it?
She doesn't know where she's been. She's confused.
She's like, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Can you write me a note and tell me? Next time, just tell me. Write it down. You know that one viral clip with Trump and what's the other guy's name? The guy that wrote him a note, and I have to look it up. Do you know what I'm talking about? When they wrote Trump a note and he read it out loud?
No.
Oh my God, I gotta show this to you. once I park, I'm gonna pull it up for you. They wrote Trump a note during a meeting, and Trump is so out of it. He read the note out loud. He said he just gave me a note, and it says blah blah blah. It's like the guy is looking at him. He's like really?
So now he's acting like Biden.
Oh, even worse. The guy is sleeping behind the chair. Well, I mean, he's doing what he said Biden is doing. So, I mean, you know.
It's just wild. They're all sleeping.
They're all sleeping. They're all sleeping while the country's door dashing.
That's right. Door dashing, trying to make a living somehow.
That's crazy. Yeah, hello? I have someone on the chat on YouTube. He says, "Long live the Islamic Republic of Pakistan." I'm like, and you traveled so far and made it onto my YouTube channel. Like, what am I supposed to do with that information? I just want to know. Like, and now what? My question is, how am I supposed to process that information, and what do you want me to do with that information? Like, what reaction were you hoping for as you're typing that in the chat? What reaction did you want out of everybody that's reading your chat? We don't know.
Oh my goodness.
I say you're in the wrong chat.
Yeah.
I say. Oh, the next podcast is going to be really interesting. We're going to cover a huge segment where they talk about the hearsay exception. Hello.
Which one is your order?
I've got, it's Rep Wook. It's a DoorDash?
DoorDash for?
Yeah. Rep Wook.
Where do they get these names?
I think they're just like just randomly putting gibberish in there.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Watch it not be gibberish. It's like, what's wrong with you, man? My name is Repwork. I'm like, I'm sorry. I am sorry for her butchering your already butchered name. Do you happen to be from Pakistan? I hope not.
Right.
What were you fixing earlier?
The metal piece that goes behind a cell phone that gets mounted on a mounting bracket in the car.
Oh.
It has to sit flush with the case. It's like bent a little bit. I might have to press it where it just sits so like it's a flat piece of metal. So that way when you put double-sided tape, it can just like sit there. Like the double-sided tape is not sitting right because it's not flushed.
Right.
Fair, do you play PlayStation or no?
No.
Okay. I was listening to earlier. There's a lot of podcasts about a specific game that a long time ago we used to play on PlayStation. It's called Fallout. So Fallout, right? It's like the Fallout universe.
Right.
It's like there's a lot of people that are in like that universe. But yeah, there's like so many podcasts because that universe is so detailed. Like there's a backstory to the backstory. Like that's how detailed that universe is.
I got brisket delivered straight to my door, and it was all by using the Wonder app. Imagine it's
Vault Zero. Unlike most vaults involved in vault experiments, Vault Zero was not an experiment in human behavior. Featured in the semi-canon Fallout Tactics game, it was constructed by expanding and reinforcing the Cheyenne Mountain complex in Colorado, and was by far the largest with the underground vaults by volume. It was intended to be the nucleus of the Vault networks, and it was absolutely massive. Vault Zero was a place where the geniuses of pre-war United States could be kept in a cryogenic stasis. Their brains were extracted and frozen for the duration of their residence in the vaults. They were hooked up together into one supercomputer that was called the Calculator, which was supposed to function and collaborate with all the brains of all those pre-war geniuses to design and nurture an ideal human society that could be used for post-war United States. By educating the survivors and residents of the world, this could be the new world or United States, to say the least. Due to the budget and cutbacks by the Department of Defense, several important backup systems were not included into the Neuralink systems. This caused the calculators to become corrupted, and instead of releasing the robots to make the wasteland safe for humanity, Vault Zero robots began to exterminate all human life, completing this so-called pacification protocol. So instead of these robots trying to help and bring humanity back together, it was eradicating it. As for the geniuses plugged in, most of them suffered severe brain damage and dementia and cognitive defects from the combination of old age and prolonged radiation exposure. The technology, it seemed, has not been affected by the ravages of nuclear radiation. So with that comes the age-old question, is Vault Zero considered canon? Well, itself is kind of. Tactics is in a weird spot where some things that are referenced by Bethesda or newer games can consider it canon. However, the entire story of Fallout Tactics is not really considered canon. However, in recent collaborations with the Magic the Gathering card set, with Fallout, there is a card of the Calculator. So this does add a little bit more to, is this actually canon or not? Although, let's be honest, it being featured on Magic the Gathering card collection doesn't necessarily mean it is part of the canon, or more likely part of the canon, but in my opinion, I think it does give it a little bit more weight, as if the Calculator is more canon, then Vault Zero could technically be a bit more canon. So I'm putting this in the kind of category. I'm definitely not ruling it out. Vault 1. Vault 1 was constructed by a nearby Midwestern city, with an easy-to-access entrance and a cliffside close to the outlying streets of the town. It seems to have been the first vault commissioned within the Vault-Tec's Project Safehouse, following the wild success of the Los Angeles demonstration vault. Although we don't directly know what happened in the experiment or what the experiment was, we do know that there was supposed to be pre-existing issues with the vault that might have been the experiment, such as the life support systems were down, the generators were not being able to supply the vault with enough power, and the resident floating eyebot was damaged. Now, the big question is this canon? Because this was only featured and mentioned within the Fallout Van Buren game, aka the canceled Fallout 3 game, no, it is not really considered canon. However, it is possible that we could see the Los Angeles demonstration vault and or notes of it in the Fallout Prime show. That's probably the most reference we could probably get out of this, but as of right now, it is indeed not considered canon.
You gotta understand what I've been through. When I was getting clean, music brought me back to life.
Damn it, Wanda.
You gonna shoot me, Lee? Inspiration hits when it hits. This is the new gold rush. No cops, no murder.
From the dope game to the rap game.
I need you to make a track for me. Something special.
Yes, underrated baseline. And it's hella black.
We gotta bring artillery some real players.
You think I'm finna let you and your female cousin go to a house full of bloods?
Where you from? You should be here.
Hey, blood, run that back.
These are life and times of a rider. Life and times of a rider. Survival is vital.
A new world opened up, and I'm at the front of it. When I was running with
Vault 1 and 2. Now, I know we just talked about Vault 1, but follow me along on this one, as it's a bit more weird and could be more canon. So, in Fallout 76, there are some holotapes that feature some games on it. And in the holotapes, we see these two vaults. The Fallout holotape game is Wasteland, and we see Vaults 1 and 2. It's really weird. We don't get a lot of information about it, but we do have one interesting tidbit of note of information, and that is Vault 1 was built into cliffs, which, if you remember what I was just talking about a few minutes ago, that Vault 1 was built into a cliffside entrance close to an underlying outlying streets of a town. So again, it could just be a wild coincidence. It could be a little reference or nod. And again, this could just be absolutely non-canon because Fallout 76 has some weird, like, if things are canon or not in it. However, this is a really interesting tidbit of information. Now in the game, there's not a lot of information about the vaults themselves. We just know that they were, like, the vault dwellers were obsessed with sports and whatnot. So it's really weird. It could just be like they were a bunch of gambling addicts and whatnot, and sports betting could have been a really interesting part of it. Or it could just been a very
I've got a DoorDash for
vault.
Lil B. Oh, thank you.
Within it, and that much we don't really know, and that's other than it being semi-connected and or close by each other, built within cliffs, and had more obsessed vault dwellers of sports. That's about all we know. However, it's just that weird note that it was built into cliffs that I'm just like, are they connected? Are they the same thing? Is it canon? So again, we don't really know, but because this is in Fallout 76, and it's that weird point that I'm not 100% sure if this is official lore or not, but
مجرد انتشار إن معنى وجودكم اليوم في جنوب ليس مجرد انتشار عسكري، إنه حضور للدولة. فكل موقع ينتشر فيه الجيش هو موقع تستعيد فيه الدولة سيادتها وسلطتها وهيبتها. وكل علم يرتفع فوق أي موقع الجيش هو رمز لشرعية الدولة. ونحن نريد لهذا الجنوب كما لكل لبنان أن يكون تحت سلطة الدولة الواحدة، وأن يكون المواطن اللبناني فيه آمنا لأن عنده جيشا يحميه، وأن تنعم البلاد بالاستقرار مع استعادة الدولة ومؤسساتها الدستورية لقرار الحرب والسلم. حافظوا على وحدة مؤسستكم، فلا تسمحوا لأهواء السياسة بأن تفرق بينكم، ولا تسمحوا لشرور الطائفية بأن تتسلل إلى صفوفكم، ولا تقبلوا إلا بالدستور والقانون مرجعا لكم. نحن إلى جانبكم، ونحن ملتزمون بتوفير كل مقومات نجاح مهمتكم، ونحن على عهدنا باقون لتحقيق ذلك حكومة متضامنة كما يتطلب دستور البلاد، وكما شددنا عليه أيضا في أول جملة من أول فقرة من بيان الوزاري.
I'm going to lean towards that this is more semi-canon than canon, so to say. So that's where I'm putting it. Vault 3. Vault 3 was the first officially canon vault within this list, appearing in the Fallout New Vegas, just outside the city of Las Vegas. Vault 3 was actually one of the 17 control vaults, meaning they had no given parameters for experiments within the vault. Not much is known about the early years of this vault, as it can be assumed everything went fairly well with little to no issues, or nothing of interest, right? Until a few decades that we start getting some notes that after the Great War, a water leak forced the residents to go into the wasteland and start trading with dwellers, raiders, or people within the world. This first amount of contact, everything seemed to be fine with no issues. They seemed to be getting a bunch of trades and whatnot, people coming into the vaults, and it was just a really good relationship with people. But it wasn't until it gained a bit of attention from a raider group known as the Fiends did they go bad? The fiends eventually made their way into the vault, killing or kicking out all the original vault dwellers or inhabitants, and thus taking it over. Which is why we see the fiends in their present day. You know, we see the fiend leaders such as Motor Runner and Mean Son of a Bitch currently set up in camp there. So what happened to the original dwellers of this vault? They're most likely all dead, if not some stragglers out there. But at this point in the canon, they are most likely all dead. And yeah, that is Vault 3.
I went to my local CVS to grab a brand new journal, and I even picked up some photo prints. Junk journaling is essentially grabbing any items that you would normally throw away or even just random things you have around the house and adding them to your journal. The best part is that there's really no rules. It's just a fun way to be creative and resourceful at the same time. I just used some random items I found in my house, and this is what I came up with. Don't forget to save this video as inspo for your junk journal.
Vault 4. Before
Hello. Lil B. Huh? Lilb.
Prophet Muhammad's a pedophile, so the fuck are you? No. Yeah, you are. Disgusting. What's the age of
Can I see the name?
Yes. Hello, how are you? Thank you.
And it was for us, right?
It should be. That's the
I'll be best here.
It's 190 Garrisonville.
Let me see the code, the number. Is there like a code? 54? Yes.
You got it? What's up, brother? Thanks
Have
a
a
lot.
good one.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Great War, Vault 4 was featured in advertisements in the original orientation videos with Cooper Howard, serving as the spokesman. The Vault's experiment was publicly revealed in these advertisements as it would be governed by scientists living and working there full time. Lloyd and Cassandra Hawthorne, two prominent researchers on the effects of radiation on DNA, such as their 2 children and 80 other volunteers, signed up to live into the vault for the 5-year trial before the Great War started, to show that society could survive even with the vaults. Lloyd Hawthorne eventually became the vault's overseer after the Great War. Sealed on the day of the Great War, the vault became a part of the vault experiment, examining the performance of society governed entirely by scientists with no limits of their control and decisions. However, the vault's governance by scientists led to unrestricted research, including testing, which would eventually lead to the scientists' downfall. Luring wastelanders into the vault, these scientists subjected them to human experiments, including breeding them with radiation-resistant species and leading to creations such as vaultbirds. Each experiment was carefully recorded for analysis, including one of the victims of these experiments giving birth to a school of vaultbirds, who proceeded to eat her alive. The horrific nature of experimentation eventually led to the rebellion of the test subjects, who unleash the mutated victims onto the scientists. Overseer Hawthorne and his wife tried to barricade themselves inside the specimen laboratory, but the golfers managed to break through the barricade and ate them alive. In his final log, the Overseer was unapologetic to the police, insisting that the combination of humans and a radioactive resistant species still had potential, as did the society governed entirely by the scientists. Vault 6. Featured in Fallout Extreme, Vault 6 experiment was that it allowed a small dose of radiation to be released into the vault once a day. This resulted in the population turning into an aggressive pack of extremely irradiated fools. This vault would be located under Mount St. Helens in Washington, and due to it being featured in Fallout Extreme, which is, you have to check out this video if you haven't already about Fallout Extreme, because it is absolutely wild. But this game is really not canon, and again, watch that video if you want to see how canon this game can't be, because it is so wild. But yes, Vault 6, at least in this formation, is not canon. However, it could be more information. This definitely sounds like an experiment that Vault-Tec would do. So, Vault 7. Featured within the Fallout board game in the New California expansion, Vault 7 has 5 locations within it. The northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest spaces, which are basically pretty much empty without any other information and or interesting location within it. The center space, which is inaccessible through passing through, is one of the other spaces and is considered difficult terrain, so it has a bunch of debris and ruined throughout. So yeah, this is very lackluster information coming from the Fallout board game. So is this information and or canon? I mean, board game is semi-canon really at this point. It falls in that category of, as long as it doesn't contradict anything within the main title of Fallout games, it is considered canon. So we don't have any location of where this vault was or where it is. We don't have any information about the experiment, and as far as we know, it's just a abandoned, broken down vault. So that's Vault 7. Vault 8. Vault 8 was a control vault that was intended to open and recolonize the surface 10 years after being sealed. The vault was designed to house 100 or so people to ensure a bright future for the vault inhabitants. Vault-Tec planned to have 2 GECs located within Vault 8. Due to logistical errors by the government, Vault 8 received a shipment with 100 water chips meant for Vault 13, which as a result received an additional GEC. In 2091, 14 years after the Great War, the vault received an all-clear signal, and the Overseer ordered the opening of the vault doors. While many citizens were responsible for monitoring the surface sensors, the all-clear signal was given by the Enclave, as well as the detection from radiation sensors on the surface. With the help of their GEC, the inhabitants established a city outside of their vault called Vault City, which can be found in Fallout 2. This city relies on a reactor that controls its ability to expand, so the vault is indeed canon and perhaps is one of the most successful vaults to be in the established canon Fallout universe. Not much is known about this vault after Fallout 2, but I do hope it's still thriving as it's in California and near-ish Vault 13, Vault 10. Vault 10 was sponsored by a Vault-Tec collaboration with Nuka-Cola and other pre-war snack food manufacturers, such as Fancy Lads snack cakes. The vault was stocked with nearly a limitless supply of food and drink dubbed as hyperfood, which were just packed full of sugar, resulting in an obesity and poor health within the vault. The vault residents survived for over 200 years but experienced abnormal metabolic changes over the decades. The residents eventually formed a society that considered the grotesque obesity the norm and shunned the non-obese. After centuries of this sugar-laced food, the Vault 10 dwellers mutated to the point that Nuka-Cola and other sugary substances resulted in rapid healing. This vault was cut from Fallout 4, which I am kind of glad they did, but not at the same time. I'm glad they did because it would make my whole theory and reasoning behind the location of all these vaults, it would throw that out the window, and then it would just be more random locations. However, this is a super fun and cool experiment idea, and I just absolutely love it with like all my heart, as I think that is just such a fun experiment and such a cool idea. And I personally really want that experiment to be actually seen in the game one day. So it's non-canon because it was cut from Fallout 4, but all this information makes me believe that one day we might actually see a vault very similar to this. Vault 11. One of the 5 vaults constructed in the broader Mojave region assigned to the house a civilian population along with Vault 3, 19, 21, and 34. Like the majority of the vaults, Vault 11 was given parameters to conduct a social experiment. In its case, after the blast doors were sealed, the inhabitants were informed by the vault computer that they would have to sacrifice one of their fellow vault dwellers every year, or else everyone else in the vault would be killed. This was a ruse, as in the truth, if the residents were to refuse, a message from Vault-Tec would play, commending the dwellers for their choice, telling them that their commitment to human life is a shining example for us all. In review. No one would be killed. In addition, they were to be informed that a reward, the vault door, would be unlocked, allowing free passage to and from the vault with the Overseer's permission. However, this message was never heard for years. According to the terminal entries found throughout the empty vault, in 2281, the original inhabitants did not come to this conclusion right away, completely believing that they had to perform an annual sacrifice among their members or else they would all die. They eventually settled on making the choice to sacrifice through a democratic election, where the chosen individual would be elected as overseer, and at the end of their term, they would be required to enter a chamber and submit to execution. The residents believed that this would satisfy the requirements the computer gave them and spare the remaining dwellers. Of the vault's original residents, only the first overseer entered the vault, knowing that they would have to sacrifice one of the dwellers. However, even he was unaware of the truth if they refused. One of the dwellers, however, shocked and disgusted with the situation they found themselves in, and resentful towards the overseer for neglecting to share this information before they sealed themselves in the vault, the residents chose the original overseer as the first sacrifice. The tradition of electing an overseer as the next condemned resident persisted onwards for 16 years, each year with a new overseer being sacrificed, until 2093, several pseudo-political powers, known as voting blocks, that merged to influence the nomination and selection since the experiment began, with the creation of pamphlets to provide information and oversight of the process. The 6 main voting blocks annually jostled for power within the vault. These 6 voting blocks were the Allied Service Workers Bloc, the Divine Will Bloc, Human Dignity Bloc, Justice Bloc, United Vault Technicians Bloc, and the Oletarian Bloc. These blocks would nominate and support overseer candidates based on their own goals and decorate the wall of the vault with propaganda posters to garner support for an overseer prior to each election. The selection process evolved significantly over time, resulting in heavy corruption and manipulation proferated by the bloc leaders. Prior to the final election, members of the most powerful group, the Justice Bloc, sexually coerced fellow resident Catherine Stone, threatening to nominate her husband Nathan as the overseer should she refuse. Due to their overwhelming influence of the voting bloc, this would essentially be a death sentence for her husband, and Catherine had no choice but to agree to their demands. But she was betrayed by the Justice Bloc members, who went ahead and nominated their husband regardless. Out of a mix of desperation and despair, Catherine immediately enacted her retribution, sequentially murdering and Justice Block. The massacre was a blessing in disguise for Catherine in one of two ways. Not only has she set the stage for the Block's reprisal, but also ensured that she would be made a clear choice for the next overseer in place of her husband. Effectively saving his life, Catherine's plan succeeded in both accounts, and after word of the murder spread, he was soon elected as the Vault's next overseer. However, Catherine Stone's first act as overseer was to issue Overseer Order 745, which dissolved the election process entirely. She decreed that moving forward, the process of overseer would be chosen at random, using the Vault's computer systems. The remaining members of the Justice Block were aghast at the thought of losing their control and influence of the Vault's population, so they secretly planned to stage an armed coup to wrest control back to their hands and resume the elections. The fighting that ensued killed nearly all of the remaining Vault dwellers, and ultimately only 5 of them remained. The remaining 5 Vault dwellers, weary of bloodshed and elections that ensued, laid down their arms and went together to the sacrificial chamber to confront the Vault computer, and courageously stated their refusal to continue with the sacrifices. They were then left bewildered and horrified when the computer delivered the automated message, revealing the Vault experiments and them being congratulated for the refusal. Afterwards, the 5 survivors walked to the Vault entrance, and they apparently made a recording discussing committing suicide to punish themselves for the events of the past 16 years, and to prevent the outside world from learning of their shameful behavior. However, even then, they were divided over their decision. A man, Voice 1, tried to convince the other 4, 3 male, 1 woman, to leave the Vault, while Voice 2, the woman, Voice 3, referred to as Harry, 4 and 5 wished to die. Voice 1 advocated for leaving the Vault and spreading the word about what happened here, so that others may learn of their mistakes. His pleas went unheard, though, as 4 gunshots rang out, but 1 refused, discarding the gun on the floor. The 4 skeletal bodies remained on the entrance of the chamber for the next 200 years, while it is unknown of what happened to the 5th survivor.
Start your route to savings and service. Switch your car insurance to State Farm and save up to $740. Get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I don't know how Little Caesars brought the pizza deal back. 2 large pizzas for $4.99 each. My finely attuned brain just can't calculate how they did.
Deal too big. Cannot compute. Yeah, it is a big deal.
Get 2 large pizzas for $4.99 each.
Pizza.
Vault 12. Constructed under the sprawling metropolis of Bakersfield, built with every amenity in mind for the prospective Vault dweller. And with that, it was fitted with the newest in water purification systems, able to take even the waste located in the sewers of Bakersfield and make it into over 15,000 gallons of pure drinking water every day. Those who signed up for this particular vault took their preparedness very seriously, earning the Pressed Vault Suit Award for their wards. The vault's true purpose, however, was to study the effects of radiation on the residents. To ensure this, Vault-Tec designed the door not to close. On October 23, 2077, the populace of Bakersfield learned that the other vaults had been sealed. In desperation, they took to their local shelter, forcing their way to protect themselves and their families. The door worked as designed, the radiation flooded in, and those that survived suffered from gullification. In the summer of 2083, the survivors would leave the shelter, and then would found the city of Necropolis. Vault 13. Construction of Vault 13 started in August of 2063 and was completed in March of 2069, making it the last vault in the West Coast to be completed, covering 3,200,000 tons of soil at 200 feet. The starting budget of Vault 13 was about $400 billion, although it would eventually total up to $645 billion. Vault-Tec was fine with it. It was originally planned for Vault 13 to operate for a duration of 10 years. Vault 13 was also supplied with an extra Garden of Creation kit, or GECK. This is in addition to the already 2 that is standard for all vaults, making the total up to 3 GECKs that Vault 13 had, instead of the additional extra water chips that made their way to Vault 8. Vault 13 was the control group for the Societal Prevention Program, intended to be sealed until the subjects were needed by the Enclave, according to Dick Richardson. According to the Fallout Bible, however, the purpose of Vault 13 was to remain closed for 200 years as a study for prolonged isolation, Sometime around 2161, Vault 13's standard issue water purification chip began to malfunction, and the Overseer made the decision to send out scouts to the population into the wasteland to find any usable replacement chips. This would eventually lead to the Vault Dweller leave the vault and start the game of the original Fallout. Vault 15. This large underground shelter is one of the few vaults which was constructed smoothly and without delays, despite additional work poured into reinforcing the third level of vault to ensure the protection against earthquakes. As part of the social experiment conducted by Vault-Tec, the vault population was to ensure to be a mix of radically diverse ideologies in order to gain data on their interactions and potential failure over.
Farrah, can you imagine Sarah Sammy has to sit there and prescribe this into a fucking motion?
That's terrible.
Isn't it funny?
It is. Not for her, but
No,
it is for us.
Definitely not for her. They're like, does he have to be live 24/7?
They probably hate their life at this point.
Oh, 100%. I mean, think about it. You have to sit there. They have to sit there and prescribe all this and put this into a fucking motion. I mean, this is crazy. Fair, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sent in Arizona. Don't know. It's 18.
You ever seen a product that
Bad news. You've got ED, but you already knew that. So does your partner. The good news, however.
Camera inside the vehicle.
You got thing? No, there's this first rotate up there. How about cameras? We got any cameras? So they have dash camera on the.
It took. You've had this since. Let's find out what is going on around our community. So, the Latoya Crab case. Let's find out.
Turn around.
If any of that is posted anywhere on the internet, we're going to have problems.
Judge Carroll.
We're going to have problems. Whatever copies have been made of that, those need to be destroyed.
This is not another.
People get a steak and bobby filet, but I go for the glazed pork chop. Here at Wonder, we use a double thick cut pork chop. It's roasted low and slow, so it's nice.
Was constructed smoothly and without delays, despite additional work poured into reinforcing the third level of vault to ensure the protection against earthquakes. As part of the social experiment conducted by Vault-Tec, the vault population was to ensure to be a mix of radically diverse ideologies in order to gain data on their interactions and potential failure over the 50 years the vault was planned to be sealed. When the Great War came on October 23rd of 2077, the dwellers reported to the vault and entered in. The shelter was sealed and contact with the other vaults was lost. As the years went by, the conditions within the vault deteriorated. Population control was not implemented properly, and by 2097 the vault was overcrowded with correspondingly bad living conditions. Conflict was inevitable, and in spring the situation exploded. There was an altercation among the dwellers, and the vault was finally just left open. Most of the dwellers marched out, stripping the shelter of the best equipment, including the GEC. A small group stayed behind, trying to continue to live within the now gutted vault. The dwellers that left the vault
I
would
swear to
eventually...
God, I just figured out why I'm not happy. Farah. I just figured it out. I just figured it out. There's something in the back of my head that's... I think that's what that is. Okay? I think it just clicked. I just figured it out. Okay? I think that you... Okay, alright. By the way, I'm being 100% stupid. 100%. Okay? But that's okay, because that's exactly how I feel, and it's exactly why it's causing my fucking depression. Okay? I have too many ties, and I don't know how to match the ties with the fucking suits.
Well,
You know,
just send me some pictures and I'll help you.
that's not a bad. That's not a fucking bad idea. Okay? I'll tell you. Every time I get on a podcast,
It's not, I'm pretty good at it.
Farah, every time I get on a podcast, I've got like 30 ties, and I've got like 6 suits, 30 ties, and I'm just looking at.
Right.
I sit there for, I swear to God, for a good half an hour, just looking at the ties, trying to remember what I wore on the last podcast, what I wore on the one before. Did I do an even out rotation?
Oh no. That's horrible. Yeah.
Like there's a good chunk out of your brain that goes fair, like a good chunk out of your brain that just goes numb because you're constantly thinking about in the back of your head. Like there's a hamster on a wheel that's just running nowhere.
Yeah.
Like when
I have that problem too with certain things.
like when the next podcast you're not thinking about the outline, you're thinking about how you're gonna match a suit with a tie. That's a fucking problem.
Well, you want to make sure you look nice. And you don't want to wear the same thing you wore last time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, seriously.
That's funny. I remember the first time we saw you in a suit and tie.
Oh yeah, I still have the video.
That was really funny when you went to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
That was great. You're like, all right, everybody come along with me.
That's funny. That's funny. Fair, I'll be right back.
That was pretty cool. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a picture of all the ties. I'm gonna take a picture of all the suits and shirts, and then we'll make like an activity out of it. We'll post it on TikTok, and then we'll make a group effort. What should the outfit be for the podcast? Now, you know, as I'm saying this, I'm like, what a fucking princess, okay? But hey, why not? Okay, why the fuck not?
You might as well.
Exactly. All right, this way, Your Highness.
That's a perfect idea.
It's nice, right?
Yeah. I definitely think you should do that. I think you should get a tie with a picture of Sarah Sammy with the beard on it. That'd be the best.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
There's a website where you can get Muppets. Like, you'll send a picture, and they'll send you a Muppet based on the picture. And I want to get like Muppets for every character that's involved in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. That would be great. Like, can you imagine?
You gotta be kidding me.
I'll send you the website. It's a weird website. Like, they'll send you a Muppet based on the picture that, I mean, can you imagine? I get on a podcast and I have Sarah Sammy, my fingers all up, like I'm speaking on her behalf. Like, that would be like I would be talking on a podcast with Sarah Sammy. I mean, that would be amazing.
That would be great.
That would be really nice. I mean, I would have long conversation. Those podcasts would go on for like 2-3 hours. They're no longer 1 hour podcasts. They're easy 3 hours. So what do you do on a podcast? I just have my hand up there.
Did that. That's. I didn't know they had a place that made those. That's great.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna send you a website. It's really fucking nice. I mean, like, it's a really good fucking idea. I think, like, with my animated personality on the website, having a Muppet of these characters, I mean, we can definitely. I mean, I can sit there and talk to myself for like a good 3 hours. Can you imagine if I have a Muppet of Sarah Sammy? A bearded Muppet? Great!
Oh my god, that'd be funny.
It would be one that's bearded.
We just need to get one for each person.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be real nice. If I had chat, I mean, can you imagine? Oh my god, I can have a transcript, and I can have them read the transcript on the podcast as a fucking Muppet.
Oh my god, that's the best.
Well, that'd be really nice.
Oh, we gotta do that. Does that mean your hand will have to their ass?
Oh yeah, every time I get on a podcast,
control them.
It's like, what is your job description? I just put my hand up their asshole every time I have a podcast. Here we go. I'm sorry, Sarah Sammy. I gotta do this every time there's a podcast. Don't mind my fingers. It's been 4 years. It's not like you're not used to it by now. I can't believe she told the judge on a motion. Like, I can't get over that one transcript where she's telling the judge it hurts. The history of this case hurts. The brother has the file, and this is painful. Well, yes, ma'am, it is painful. But you're used to it by now, right? 4 years. Here we go. Chad Mason is like Chad Mason is like Chad Mason is like, I've been doing this way before 4 years. We know Chad Mason. We know. Chad Mason is like, it doesn't hurt. Chad Mason is like, it doesn't hurt. We know, Chad. We know.
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your room.
What did that just accept? Man, I really hope this isn't $2. I accepted something. I can't tell if it's a 2-digit, like $22 or $2. I really hope that it's not $2. I mean, at this point, I mean, I can decline it, but then what if it is $22? You know what I mean?
That would suck.
That would definitely suck. Well, let's find out. We'll find out. This is all. Okay. All right, sir, I'll be right back.
Okay. That's really creepy.
From distinct communities. The most significant of these was the village of Saint-Deschamps, created with the Vault 15's GECK. As of note, in case you didn't know, of course, the villagers Sadie Sands would eventually form the NCR, which is one of the major factions within the Fallout universe. The other groups that emerged from this vault banded together to create some well-known raider tribes, such as the Khans, the Jackals, and the Vipers, which continued to terrorize New California for years. The vault itself continued along until it was invaded. The attackers breached the vault door, and the vault itself was subsequently abandoned. Its condition deteriorated over the years and caused the second and third level walls to give way to tons of rocks and burying the vital sections of the vault. Vault 17. Located somewhere on the west coast of North America, little is known about this vault, including whether it had a social experiment or anything else that was wrong with it. Other than Lily Bowen, a companion from Fallout New Vegas, and her grandchildren, Becky and Jimmy, that's the only thing that we know about the vault, and that those people were inhabitants of the vault. Lily's family lived within the vault, and Lily was around 75 years old at the time the vault was raided by the Master, the main antagonist from Fallout 2. Lily and her family was captured, like many of the other vault dwellers, and herself was exposed to the FEV and transformed into a Nightkin. While the fates of the other dwellers remain unknown, we don't know anything else about this vault, other than it was eventually raided by the Master's group. Vault 19. One of the 5 vaults constructed by the Vault-Tec Corporation in the broader Mojave region was Vault 19. The inhabitants of Vault 19 were segregated into 2 distinct different color sectors, red and blue, with limited contact between them. Vault 19 would be unique among the rest that they had 2 distinct overseers, one for the red sector and one for the blue sector. Like a majority of the vault, Vault 19 was built with a social experiment incorporated into it. In its case, the inhabitants would be induced with severe paranoia through non-chemical and non-violent means. There may have also been the uses of subliminal messaging, according to terminal entries by a child, a vault dweller, claiming to hear high-pitched noises, as did other people within the vault. As recorded by the original inhabitants, over time they began to incite increasing levels of paranoia, blaming the residents of the opposite sector for malfunctions within the vault, and the neutral side doctor for drugging them. The frequency of hearing high-pitched noises, feeling unusual drafts of air from the vents, and seeing the lights blinking patterns for some kind of code became more prevalent as well. Both factions blamed this on the other, unaware of the true culprits were the overseers deliberately creating these small incidents at the direction of Vault-Tec. Some inhabitants suspected the doctor may also be involved, with patients' notes in the clinic indicating that the patients were.
Farrell, I just thought about this. You know how organizing the evidence into exhibits and numbers, and how you can find out exactly which exhibit is which.
Right.
We're gonna do the same thing for the suits, shirts, and tie. Like, we'll call it shirt number 1, shirt number 2, shirt number 3, tie number 1, tie number 2, and so on and so on. Suit number 1, suit number, it's just so that way when you're matching the suit with the shirt and the tie, you can just write the number down.
That's perfect.
Isn't it nice? Like, the combination will be there, and we'll do like a voting system, and we'll get the most vote into whatever outfit for the next podcast, and whatever wins, then that's gonna be the outfit.
Perfect.
Isn't it?
That will be really good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great idea.
At least I don't have to think about it anymore.
Right.
And then the final
But you
person.
still will.
Oh yeah. Oh, but I still will. And the final person that's gonna be deciding on all of it is my 5-year-old niece. Okay. We'll give her option.
Oh my goodness, I love that.
Wouldn't that be a nice idea?
That's great.
You're like, Susie, these are the winning out combination. Which one do you think we should go with?
Well, you never know what you're going to get with Susie.
Oh yeah, Susie is. By the way, she's really creative, and she has an eye for colors.
Well, that's even better. She'll be a great judge.
I think that's a really good idea.
Me too. Let's see here. Let's see. There's a lot.
Experiencing psychosis or aggression, and although there was no evidence to suggest that was involved within the experiment. By 2281, the ultimate fate of the original inhabitants involved is unknown, with by the time the courier can visit the vault within Fallout New Vegas, the powder gangers are within the vault. So we don't know what happened to the original inhabitants of it or what was the ultimate outcome of the experiment. Vault 21. Vault 21 was one of the few vaults incorporated with a social experiment that was also managed to successfully protect its inhabitants from the destruction of the Great War. A similar case with different circumstances that can be found in Vault 81 near Boston, Massachusetts. In Vault 21, all inhabitants were equal in social sense. The structural design was created with a perfectly symmetrical layout, and all conflicts and problems were to be solved through gambling. Chosen representatives of all parties gambled against each other in the main atrium, and the winner earned the right to settle the dispute.
Pharaoh, you remember that show Lost?
Yes.
Did you ever get into it?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched a good portion of it.
Oh, I watched the whole entire thing religiously a couple of times. I wonder, I never actually looked this up. I wonder if the show is based on a novel. If it is, because the novel is always better than a movie or a show.
Oh yeah,
so,
most definitely.
So if it is based on a novel, that would be the novel that I would definitely read.
Right, that would be the best.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
Okay. No, the show is not based on a novel.
It's not based on a novel.
No.
I don't know why. I think at one point I did look it up, and that's why I never read that novel. I remember doing that. But that was a long time ago. Like as you know, as I'm telling you, I'm like, didn't you look this up? It's really sad that it's not based on a novel.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
Mm-hmm. Like each character. I mean, there's such a backstory that each character can be developed into a more developed character.
Right.
Who's your favorite character on there?
I don't know. I don't really have a favorite character.
Really?
No.
My favorite character, my favorite scene is the Islander, the leader of the Islanders. When that one scene where he came out with a white flag, sat in the middle, waiting for the people to talk to him. Like, do you remember that one scene when he came out? Like there was the people on the island came out to talk to the people that were off the plane that crashed. All of a sudden you see this weird character come out with a white flag, just sat like on the border before you get to and he just sat there waiting for someone to have a conversation with him. Do you remember that scene or no?
No.
I have to look it up for you. I have to look it up. But there's like a turning point in the whole entire show where it was just something different. Like you have so much conflict between the two groups, and all of a sudden one of them just come out, sits there, and wait for a conversation. Let's talk.
It's you.
That would be me. That would definitely be me. In the middle of an ongoing conflict, you just sit there, come out, let's talk. It's like, what?
Let's have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation. This is where you're at. This is where we're at. You know, I've got my hand up your asshole. Have you really gotten used to it? No. That's funny.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I was so upset. I was so sad when they didn't continue into, I think it was season 5 when they stopped the show. and the ending was just they just messed up the whole show. The ending was horrible.
I hate when the ending is horrible on anything.
It just didn't make any sense. They were in heaven the whole time, or hell, or whatever they were at. I'm like, no, this has to be a reality. They were. You can't tell me they were in heaven. No, I'm not gonna accept that. I think it was purgatory, right? It wasn't hell. It wasn't heaven. It was supposedly purgatory.
I don't know.
I think if I remember the ending, that's how they ended the show.
Oh my god. Look at these puppets. There's Sarah Sammy right there. Oh, yes. Right there. That's definitely her.
What, you found the website?
I found a website.
That turns pictures into Muppets?
I'm pretty sure it does,
Oh
because
my
these
god.
look like...
Oh my god. Okay, alright. Try putting... You have Sarah Sammy's picture on TikTok, right?
Yeah, somewhere.
Okay, alright. Try putting the picture and see if it gives you an actual Muppet. Okay. I mean, if that would be fucking nice.
There's gotta be a way.
I mean, this would be definitely a segment within a podcast. You know how we have our Inside Nova? We're adding a segment. We're going to be hosting these characters into the podcast, and we'll give them time to talk. We want to hear from them. We want to hear their side of the story.
That would be great.
Well, that would be crazy. I mean, that would be wild.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Well, those ones say you can put it in. You can put the picture in.
I'm trying to get my brother to... I'm trying to get Muhammad to interview one of the characters. So there's a character that's going to be... There's going to be interviewed by Muhammad. So, I don't know, like, I'm working it's either going to be Julie Carey or Chad Mason. So,
oh my goodness, you have to get a silicone mask for that.
Can you imagine? I mean, Muhammad did an interview with Julie Carey, right? Okay, well, there's a follow-up. I mean, that would be nice.
That would be great. Oh, this is wonderful.
You put the picture?
No, I didn't put the picture in. I don't know how to get it in there. I'm not good at this stuff. As a matter of fact, I really suck at any of this. Where did that other thing go? God damn it. Oh no, now I lost it. Damn it.
And you know what I can do? When the Muppet talks, we'll have a camera angle just for the Muppet. You know how like I can control the cameras on the podcast? Like I have different buttons, and like the system,
right.
I have like different buttons, and I can have a camera angle just for the Muppet when it's talking.
That's perfect.
So that way you won't hear me, like you won't see me that I'm the one talking. No, the Muppet is talking, and it has its own camera angle. That'd be fun.
That would be really funny.
one of the documents, I'll tell you something that's really funny. In one of the documents in the file, Robert Drum is telling Sarah Sammy that he's really upset because there's a TikTok channel with his name on it, supposedly. He's really upset that, and he's assuming that the brother, like me, I'm the one that made that channel. And he's telling her, they're what is he telling? He's telling her he's walking himself into what is it? A defamation lawsuit. I'm like, bring it, man, bring it. I've been waiting for you for 4 years. Open that fucking door. Open that gates of hell that's gonna unleash on you legally. Like,
yeah, as soon as he does that, that'd be the end for him.
Oh my God, can you imagine? Like, because you have to. I mean, once you bring something like this in, you've opened the door. Well, come right in, sweetheart.
You can find out everything.
Oh, absolutely.
That would be wonderful.
Why do you think they're? Look. Why do you think none of them is bringing in? I mean.
That's right. Because they don't want the gates of hell to open up for them. Exactly. It's already bad enough.
Exactly. I'm like, it wasn't me, but thanks for giving me the idea. That's a great idea. If that's what gets under your skin, well, here we go, brother.
Let's do it.
What are you gonna do? Tell Sarah Sammy on me? What is Sarah Sammy gonna do? Tell Judge Weimer on me? That's funny.
Oh yeah, they definitely tell on you. I bet he gets so tired of hearing all their bullshit.
I mean, my favorite part is when I'm in court, all they talk about is me in court. The brother did this, not another boring podcast. Not another boring podcast. The brother is doing this, not another boring. I'm sitting there in the background. I'm like, oh, seems like a monster to me. He took our file. He's decimating our file. He's releasing this. He's releasing that. I'm like, yeah. What a fella. What an asshole.
I mean, yeah, at this point, the case isn't even about Mustafa, it's about you.
They don't even talk about Mustafa anymore.
I know. That's horrible.
Isn't it crazy?
It's unbelievable. Like, just that alone is crazy.
My thing is,
they have motions just for you.
My thing is, my question is, all right, you're saying, the prosecutor is saying Mustafa is guilty, but is scared that the evidence is going to leak, that's going to show that he's guilty? Oh, it's going to show that he's innocent and you falsified this case. That's why you're scared.
That's it.
She has no problem. Julie Carey is talking about this case, but the brother, no, we're not going to have the brother talk about this.
They're like, here you go, Julie Carey. Here's 3 seconds. Put that on the news. You're like, hey, I have 4 years worth. Here you go. All of it.
That's crazy.
Station should just hire you. They'd have really good ratings. They'd have some great ratings.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at least someone's going to be telling the truth.
Exactly. As much as they lie, their ratings are probably already in the garbage.
I mean, people know. I mean, people of Prince William County, they know what Amy Ashworth does behind closed doors.
Yeah, because she's done it to half of them.
I mean, you don't think people
done anything about it or said anything because they're scared.
Like, Farrah, you don't think people are asking questions into the Latoya Crab case? I mean, you've held charges on this lady for 2 years, and 2 years later, you decide to drop the charges based on information that you've had since day one.
That's really sad. And what they say to her, oh, we're sorry, have a nice day. No, we took 2 years of your life.
Isn't it crazy?
Made you look like a terrible person. They just don't give a damn about anything. They just want to get their money and look good on TV.
It's crazy.
As wished by the collective, Vault-born resident Sarah Wintrop described the Vault's culture as pure New Vegas, as everyone has a chance and Lady Luck smiles if you play your odds right. In 2274, Vault 21's then residents were contacted by their house and given an offer to restore the interaction with the world as part of his city-state New Vegas. While most of the Vault dwellers wanted to use the offer, some residents were in favor of it. Per the rules of the Vault, residents in favor of Mr. House's offer challenged each level's representatives who were in favor of staying isolated. After a game of blackjack that lasted for many hours, those in favor of opening to the outside won in an extremely risky move. Soon after, Mr. House took ownership of the Vault and ordered it to be stripped of all useful tech and filled with concrete, sealing it off permanently. However, Sarah and her brother Sheldon negotiated with Mr. House to keep the Vault open. House agreed, and one half of the upper level were left intact, and the rest were filled with concrete as originally planned. Sarah remodeled the Vault's access areas into a functioning hotel, which became another source of income for Vegas's growing economy. Vault 22. The only vault constructed in the broader Mojave region, not assigned to a house a civilian population, was Vault 22, and that was instead inhabited by scientists working under the idea or experimentation with stable crops to combat global hunger prior to the Great War. An entrance sign posted to close the exterior of the blast doors describes the project underway within, claiming to involve research ranging from advanced fertilizations to improve crop production and increasing these crops' resistance to insects, droughts, and disease. Following the nuclear apocalypse, the scientists within the vault continued their research with the goal of sustaining the vault's researcher population with the plants grown within its confines. Designed as a green vault, those selected to reside were dedicated to such goals, and some of the most successful experiments were donated by pre-war defense contractors. One such donation, however, would eventually become the vault's undoing. Beauveria modicana was originally a fungus designed for pest control. When a pest is exposed to the fungal spores, the fungus infests it and begins to colonize the host body. The host eventually dies due to failure of the body functions, while the fungal colony continues to expand through its body. Eventually, the host body motor functions are fully in control of the fungal colony, allowing it to move and infect more pests by spraying new spores in the host body. Researchers noted that while effective long term, it takes between 10 to 20 days to kill its prey, and the fungal spread is limited effectiveness when dealing with unsocial pests. The donated samples of the fungus were originally developed with the X22 Botanical Garden in the Big MT, before later being shared with Vault-Tec to enable enhanced botanical experiments.
Sure, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your room.
With the scientists of Vault 22. As with many technologies produced by the Big MT, the fungus turned out to be an organic Pandora's box, with Vault scientists effectively signed their death warrant. While ostensibly designed to provide effective means of long-term pest control, it was learned at the Big MT that the fungus was perfectly capable of infecting human bodies as well. As experiments with the fungus progressed in Vault 22, its spores gradually spread throughout the vault, slowly infecting the population unbeknownst. First confirmed St. Peters, who also provided insight into the development of the infection, beginning with bouts of pneumonia as the fungus invaded the lungs, and would eventually transform into chills, a fever, and a terrible racking cough. The fungal colony also caused the body to actively reject antifungal treatments, culminating in the death due to organ failure. As with its intended targets of smaller pests, the fungal colony continued to grow and develop inside the host. Eventually, it spread far enough to establish control over the deceased person's body, becoming a highly aggressive creature dubbed a spore creature, whose sole purpose is spreading the spores and infecting more would-be hosts. The untreatable infection baffled the scientists and spread through the vault like wildfire. The widespread infection led to the eventual collapse of social order within the vault. Infected humans were turned into more spore carriers, with the airborne spores threatening the remaining living residents. Scientists attempted to eradicate them by igniting gas deliberately released in the lower levels of the vault. However, it's speculated that the gas release triggered an aggressive reaction from the carriers, which attacked the scientists, which decreased their numbers, preventing their plan from being carried out. By 2096, the vault was fully abandoned by the living, with the dead eventually becoming spore carriers. Vault 24. The only reference to this vault can be found in Fallout New Vegas, when using console commands to make this Vault 24 jumpsuit appear. It is presumed that this vault was to appear in the game, but was eventually cut, leading to the vault not being canon. Vault 27. Vault 27 was a vault featured within the Fallout Bible, a book created to help the original creators of the Fallout series to have a book of truths, Fallout lore to keep everything the same and cohesive going forward. And although the Fallout Bible isn't considered canon because it was written by Chris Avellone and Tim Kaine, some of the original creators of the Fallout series, and now that Bethesda has the ownership of it, everything Bethesda says and does is now considered canon, and they have stated that the Fallout Bible isn't really considered canon. I do personally think that the entries of Vault experiments within the Fallout Bible and Vault Tech are semi to more likely canon because of a couple of reasons. Number one, Vault 26.
Sarah, do you use Grok or no?
Use what?
Do you know what Grok is? I think it's like some kind of AI. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah, Grok is like...
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, so Grok is the next version of ChatGPT. It's like an AI system where it talks to you.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen, do you know who Nick Fuentes is?
Does he do podcasts?
He does podcasts. He's a far right podcaster. He's banned from YouTube. He's on, what's the other one from, that's not YouTube. I think it's Bing, or whatever. So there's another platform that he's viral on. He's like a big podcaster. But he has a system on his podcast where he literally talks to this AI system. What if I set up the same setup on my podcast?
Yeah, you should do that. That's kind of cool.
Isn't it? Like, I mean, it's, there's a lot of information that I can ask, and we can, like, back and forth have this conversation about what we're finding in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. I mean, I think that would be a really nice setup as far as a podcast.
That would be kind of cool.
Because it has like a human voice to it, and it's so natural. It sounds like a real person, but you're talking to an AI.
That is really cool.
It's like, you know how people talk to Alexa? Grok is the same way.
That is kind of cool. That'd be cool to do.
That'd be really nice. So I'm thinking about getting something like that set up. I'm gonna research it. I'm gonna look into it, like, you know. But yeah, I think that would be a really nice setup.
That would be really cool. Well, what do you have to do to set it up?
Nothing really. I think it's just you just download an app on your device. I think, you know, I haven't really looked into it, but I think you just download an app into your device, and there you go. You have an AI, blah blah blah.
That's pretty cool.
And I can set it up to one of my devices. I can just use it for the AI system, and then incorporate it into the podcast where the voice is going to be coming through the pod. You know how I do it for TikTok? I can do the same thing for Grok.
That would be cool. Yeah, some people, this is what somebody was talking about on some kind of, I don't know if I saw it on TikTok or where, but people date those AI things now.
Well, I mean, I hope it
Like
is. I hope it doesn't get to that point.
Isn't that creepy? Like they talk to them like it's their boyfriend or something. It's sick.
It'll be funny. I'm on a podcast, and then I'm like, all right, thank you for being here. This is not another boring podcast. We will see everybody tomorrow. And then, you know, I'm thinking I logged off, and I'm still talking to you. I'm still talking to the AI. Intimately. Is he dating his AI?
That would be weird.
That would be funny.
I don't know if I could talk to you anymore.
That would be funny. You know, you can choose your AI. You can have like, you can choose. I mean, that AI is just, I mean, the system is so advanced, it's not even funny. I mean, when you're talking about people dating that AI, I mean, yeah, it's coming. I watched
too much.
I mean, you say it's too much, but people, I mean, it's coming. That technology is going to be there. And I watched like a whole documentary on like what this is. That technology is coming, and you know, it's weird. I mean, it's so weird, but that technology is going to be here before you know it.
Well, I don't know. I can't talk to people that do something like that.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would be weird. You know what I mean?
That is very weird.
I mean, of course. I mean, it's not normal. You know what I mean? That would be weird. Fair. I'll be right back.
People. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Farah, Mustafa comes home. We're not doing podcasts anymore. We're done. Blah 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 blah. And everybody's like, "Why are you still? Why are you still talking to your AI?"
Like I love my AI.
She talks to me about everything I want to talk about.
That would just be weird.
Can you imagine? I mean, can you imagine? You meet a girl, and the problem is you won't delete your AI. What?
That'd be really bad.
That would be really bad. I mean, that would be really bad. What is the problem? He talks to her 24/7.
I wonder if your AI agrees with you all the time. Probably not. You could probably make it argue once in a while, so it'd be kind of normal.
That's fun. I mean, that would be. I mean, I'm sure the algorithm on these AIs are so advanced. I mean, that's how they. There's what is that one test they do for AIs where it passes the human interaction level? There's a term for it. I used to know what that name is. There's a test where they give the AI where the AI now, it passes that test because it passes as a human.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, they're so advanced that they've passed that level where you think it's a robot. No, you're gonna think it's a human being that you're talking to.
Well, I definitely have to have one that disagrees with me so I can debate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't have an AI that agrees with you on everything. No, it's just gonna be. It's not gonna work.
No. No.
You didn't order DoorDash, did you? Huh? You didn't order DoorDash, did you? Okay. Thank you. Alright, sure. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright, wrong spot.
Let's Wow.
What happened?
They have a site for people that want to chat with AI friends.
Oh yeah,
And fall in love with them.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That's so gross. I just looked that up.
Hello. Alright, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Can you imagine we download the wrong AI onto the podcast? Like, what's wrong with this AI? I saw this on another podcast. You have the wrong fucking AI. bad.
It's raining really bad.
Yeah.
Is it raining all day?
No, it just started raining. Just came out of nowhere.
That's really weird.
Later on, was featured in the Fallout Bible and is actually appeared as written in the Bible in Fallout 3. And number 2, you have some other vaults that are actually have ongoing experiments like Vault 68 and Vault 69 within the family. So I think that there are more likely to keep that in. Finally, number 3, which is now back to as written in the Bible, the experiment of the vault version over vault placed 2,000 people in the vault they had a capacity. But this is, of course, an awful idea when locking up people inside the deck. So, with resources and space, we can only imagine that Trump initially planned it. Although we don't know the exact location of it, it is presumed somewhere along the Confessing Coast. Vault 29. Vault 29 is one of the vaults at Vault-Tec located on the West Coast. The vault housed children, teenagers from African families. The description of the vault appears to be alluded to the lore of Vault 29 as appears in Aaron, when Vault experiment stipulated that only residents under 15 would be accepted. This is the only information we got about Vault 29, and it was labeled in Bible. However, there's a theory that the vaults from the Fallout Bible are true ones from Fallout 76, where Tricia Miller, a Vault-Tec University student, was concerned about her assignment that would be a janitor in Vault 29 on the West Coast with a bunch of obnoxious rich teenagers, which is exactly what the original intended idea was in the Fallout Bible and Vault in Buren. So this is another example of Vault 31. As part of the three vaults, Vault 31 is connected to the two other vaults, Vault 32 and Vault 33, forming the Triumph Society. This society is divided into three vaults to serve as a buffer against threats in case one vault is compromised, while still being able to support one another through a time of crisis. The other vaults are told that Vault 31 is just like them and only differs in having high quality resources, education, and food. This is, of course, a lie, protruded by the release of the Vault 31 dwellers. In reality, the experiment within the vault was a program called Buzz, devised by pre-war Vault-Tec sales executive Buzz Atkins, who sought to use the three vaults to breed a population of loyal Vault-Tec employees, who would then go on to establish a monopoly over waste after everyone on the surface had perished from the nuclear war. Bud would accomplish this by populating Vault 31 with a hand-picked group of junior Vault executives who he trained who would be cryogenically frozen within the vault. In contrast, the other two vaults were populated with people with traits he found genetically desirable, who would live as normal. When the time came, his junior executives would then be sent out to the other vaults to become their overseers and breed to create generations of junior managers loyal to Vault-Tec, guiding their society.
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your route.
Would act as Vault 31's overseer, having his brain preserved a robot. The three vaults regularly conducted intermarriage and inter-vault trade every 3 years, in a ceremony known as triennial trade, but this is, of course, was a ruse rewarded by Vault 31 with any necessary items to enable the individuals cryogenically frozen in Vault 31 to join the other vaults and accomplish Bud's directive. To date, all the overseers of Vault 32 and 33 have been members of Buds. Vault 32. Part of an outbreak of vaults near Santa Monica, Los Angeles, Vault 32 was directly connected with Vault 31 and 33. However, direct contact between the populations was limited officially to prevent the spread of threats, but with the ability to come at each other's aids in times of need. The vault remained sealed after the Great War, only exchanging supplies and population with its other sister vaults. For decades, the dwellers were told that the surface was uninhabitable, but encouraged to prepare them for the eventual reclamation. The situation was stable for over 2 centuries, as entire generations were born, lived, and died underground. However, a crisis struck in 2294 as the vault dwellers of Vault 32 learned that they were actually guinea pigs, existing solely for the purpose of Bud Atkins in a project at Vault 31. It's not clear how the dwellers learned of the secret, but Overseer Ian Jackson was tortured to death and his staff hanged. At the same time, resulting violence across the vault led to a widespread loss of life as they split into factions and started killing one another, committing suicide. Graffiti painted on the walls was a stark reminder to others that the dwellers knew the truth, that they were inside Vault 31, promising the death to management, and anti-management factions appeared to have prevailed and attempted to force their way to Vault 31, using whatever tools they had, including blowtorches and other construction equipment. However, the revolt ultimately failed, with the dwellers perishing at the vault door. Bud restricted the communication between Vault 33 and 32 to cover up the incident, and did not inform Hank claimed the overseer of Vault 33 of what happened beyond noting Jackson's passing. This, of course, would eventually lead to Lee Moldover to use Rosemaryn's Pip-Boy to open up Vault 32 and infiltrate Vault 33 while posing as the next overseer of the vault, explaining the sorry state of her crew as a wheat blight that hit the crops. Vault 32. Vault 33, like its 2 other sister vaults, had a capacity of 220 residents, and is unique in the form that had the network of the other 2 vaults to prevent the spread of threats and infectious diseases. The 3 vaults were isolated, but of course, had each other's aids, like I've said at the previous 2 other entries. The vault was sealed as planned on the day of the Great War, with the external coast armoring protecting it against the erosion that was going on by the Pacific Ocean above. It although would lead to design and technical issues that would lead to breakdowns and difficult things to repair over time. Vault 31 provided assistance as needed, and the system endured for nearly 220 years. Vault dwellers were kept focused on the promise of Reclamation Day, where the vaults would open and where they would be able to emerge into civilization. In the meantime, the dwellers were focused on keeping their vault operational and training to the eventual Reclamation Day, putting their skills as part of the community associations like the Young Pipe Fighters, associating gymnastics club, fencing teams, or simply participating in the intramural physical education and fight recreation. Much of the organization was horizontal and competence-based. Although the overseer and council made decisions in crucial affairs, the most important was selecting candidates to marry the dwellers from Vault 32.
Farah, did you know that are you listening to any of this or no?
Yeah, I'm listening to it.
Did you know that each vault is a podcast? Let me rephrase. Each vault is a line of podcast on its own. It's like post-apocalypse. It's like a universe that's post-apocalypse, and it's like a system of vaults that people are going into, and it's each vault has a story, a backstory. Like if I wasn't doing Mustafa's case, and when Mustafa comes home, this is what I'm going to be talking about. I mean, there's so much details. Each vault, there's like a lot of vaults. Each vault has its own universe. And
wow.
Oh yeah, there's like so much information that you can go into and start like talking about, and have like multiple lines on podcast.
I think I saw a movie kind of like this.
They made it into a movie. There's a couple. I think there's a couple of movies.
I don't remember what it was called. It was several years ago when I watched it, but I remember there was vaults, and those were the numbers.
Yep.
There was 31, 32, and 33, I think.
That's what the movies was. They focused on Vault 31, 32, and 33.
Right. Okay, so I did watch that. I remember watching it somewhere. I'm like, I think I watched that.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people are into the Fallout universe. I mean, I would be doing this. I would be doing the Elaine Jarvis novel. I mean, that is a universe all on its own.
Well, when I looked up her novels,
yeah,
I could only find one, but there were several that said they were hers, but another person wrote them.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Wait. How does that make any sense?
I don't know. It said they were her novels, but the author was somebody else.
Can you, when you get a chance, can you send them to me?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I really want to get those novels.
But they were all really weird, though.
Of course, they're going to be weird. They're based on a true story, according to Elaine. What do you think? Wait, you read it?
No, I haven't read it yet.
But you have it?
No, I was gonna order it.
Okay, all right. Okay, can you send me the link? Yeah, hello?
Yes, I'll have to find it again, but...
Okay. I can't wait to get my hand on it.
Please pull forward to the next speaker.
I can't wait to get my hand. I'm being serious. As soon as I get those novels, I'm starting a podcast it's gonna be called.
Thank you, McDonald's. I do apologize, but our system is down at the moment.
Okay, I've got a DoorDash for Leah.
We don't have it. They're gonna have to get a refund, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, as soon as I get my hand on the novel, I'm gonna be dissecting because I lived it. I mean, living it, escaping it is a story. I'm a survivor.
Yes, you are.
You know, I am not kidding about that either. Okay, I've survived that experience. Okay, you know, to have
Wait
her.
a minute. You publish poetry books too?
Who writes poetry books?
That's what it says.
Oh, that's interesting.
Weird.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what this one says. Yeah, I looked it up last time we talked about it, and I'm like, what the? It said they were her books, but the author was somebody else. It was weird. But there was one that was hers.
Interesting.
She was the actual author that I could find.
Okay.
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your route.
I almost became a time traveler. Almost.
Did she ever have another name?
Oh, Elaine?
Yes.
Oh, well, I think at one point,
Because
yeah, go ahead. I mean, she was married to somebody. Are you talking about that?
no, I'm talking about a whole different name.
I don't know who else said that. Why is that conversation sounding a little bit too familiar? That she, I mean, but why do you say that?
Well, I don't understand. Those books are her novels, but they're the author. It's like a ghost author or something. I don't know. Like, it's a different name.
Well, is it possible her in a different universe?
That's a possibility.
Me, myself. Who's coming along? Me, myself, and I.
Yeah, if you look it up on when I looked it up on Amazon, there's just one.
Okay.
It's that poem book. It's new and selected poems. It's called Perhaps a Door to a different dimension. No,
Oh, okay.
no, it just says Perhaps a Door. That's like the name of the book.
Well, definitely don't go through that door. Perhaps a door.
Yeah, and the other books with the lady that was her book, but there was someone else as the author. It was about her, like her story and everything.
Beautiful.
I'll have to find it all again and send it to you. It was really weird.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to get my hands on that book, on that novel. Definitely want to read it. Definitely want a podcast about it. Okay.
What was it called again?
Off-grid.
Off-grid, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the one that it says it's by, or it's her book, but it's the author's the other lady.
Well, my podcast is going to be called Off the Grid.
That's perfect.
Exactly. I mean, I have a story, okay? The world has to hear. For the next victim, I have to warn the next victim. Okay? Did you know? Oh, by the way, did you know there were many people before me that ended up in where I was? Did you know that?
Really?
Oh, she's done this with other people. There's many me's before me got there.
Wow.
And it's the same story. They always show up. They always end up doing her camera work, and there's somehow they end up where she gets rid of them.
Weird.
It is weird. So, I mean, I don't know. I got a lot. I feel like I got a little bit too close. I don't know.
That is really weird.
That is weird. But she told me about others that were there before.
Wow. When you look up her law firm page,
yeah,
it says on resources, it says news, press releases, blog, and it says not another boring law firm podcast.
Not another law firm podcast?
Not another boring law firm podcast.
That's funny. I mean, look. I mean, at one point we were one, and we, like, you know, it. I'm being stupid, by the way. Okay, look. At one point, it's not another boring law firm, and this is not another boring podcast. Will we at one point join forces again in the face of evil? I don't know. We don't know. Okay?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know, but she needs to be off her psychotic medication before I do anything, okay? Jesus Christ. Fix the eyes. I swear to God, the eyes are terrifying.
Oh my. Yes, they are. I was just looking at that on her picture. Her eyes. It's real weird you said that.
You know they committed her, right?
Well, it looks like it.
Look, the problem is Amy Ashworth told her, "I'm not going to give you." I mean, it's in her bracket. Like they're not going to give her jail time if she sees a psychiatrist. But you know what happened. The problem is when she went to see a psychiatrist, you know what they ask you. Do you hear voices? Do you see people? Do you think this is a reality? Do you time travel? The lady answered yes to all of them. She's too honest for her own good. Okay? And you know, when she answered those questions, I mean, you know, when she answered those, you know, if she went answering these questions honestly, they're going to put you in a white jacket. Okay? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, She's in a white jacket on this video.
You know, once you answer those questions honestly, they're gonna have to commit you. They're gonna have to commit you by law, commit you into the 5th floor in the hospital, okay? And they're gonna have to force you into their medication. Why do you think she has that crazy look on her face? Poor Elaine. What are they doing to my girl? I took good care of her when she was under my care. That's the truth.
Yeah, she needs help. She needs a lot of help.
You know, I can honestly sleep with good conscience knowing that when she was under my care, she was well taken care of. But, I mean, look, I ran away. I couldn't be trained. That Pokemon just ran away. I had to, like, let it loose. I mean...
Oh my god, I have to find them.
She thought Amy Ashworth was gonna treat her better. Okay, which one would you rather take care of you? Me or Amy Ashworth? Well, look at what Amy Ashworth did to you. Okay? Compare.
Exactly.
I mean, if you compare when she was doing podcasts with me, when I was taking care of her camera work, I mean, she was a well taken care of I don't know what you want to call it, but you know, Elaine Jarvis. She was a well taken care of Jarvis. Okay, look at compare it to where Amy Ashworth has it now. Is it taking care of it? Look at it.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
I mean, if you compare her now with when she was under my care, I mean, in retrospect, I think she wished she can come back.
Oh, I bet she does.
I don't want it back. It's too late. See, the trust is broken. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's like you're not gonna give me a giant speech and turn around and conspire and be like turn around and become a redcoat. We're in the middle of a civil war, okay?
That's it.
You fucking redcoat, okay? We are Americans. I'm like, and then next thing you know, she's. You talking to the enemy? That's crazy. I'll be right back.
All right.
gymnastics club, fencing teams, or simply participating in the intramural physical education and right college. Much of the organization was horizontal and competence-based, although the overseer and council made decisions in crucial affairs. The most important was selecting candidates to marry the dwellers from Vault 32. To avoid incest, family trees were tracked and strictly controlled, and the triennial trade was included in personal transfers to inject fresh genes into the community. And this is, of course, where the Fallout Prime show would eventually take over, and the story would continue from there. Vault 34. One of the 5 vaults constructed in the broader Mojave region, assigned to the House civilian population, along with Vaults 3, 11, and 19, and 21. Like the majority of the vaults, Vault 34 was incorporated with social experiments. In this case, the armory was overstocked with firearms and ammunition, and the residents had access to a great number of recreational facilities, including swimming pools, and the cost of little to no living space. According to various information sources within the vault, at some point they reached the threshold of overpopulation. Foreseeing problems, the overseer had a remote link to the armory, unlocked, installed on their terminal, denying access to everyone. A group of residents demanded access to the armory, stating the right to defend themselves, which the overseer then denied. The dissidents then turned to rioting, grabbing as many weapons as they can before they stormed the exit and leaving the vault sometime around 2231. While that was going on, another group took advantage of the vault security being sent to guard the exit to ambush the armory. This group that would be ambushing the armory would eventually leave the vault and would name themselves the Boomers, and they would occupy the Nellis Air Force Base. After the would-be Boomers left the vault, the main exit was sealed and the guards posted to prevent anyone else from leaving. This just made the vault's overpopulation problem even worse, as tensions began to boil as years later, the overseer proposed a population control measure. This resulted in a attempted coup to overthrow the overseer, after which they unsuccessfully stormed the armory, damaging areas of the vault in the process, such as the reactor, cooling vents, and the main computer systems. Subsequently, the damage they inflicted caused the reactor to begin leaking radiation throughout the vault, which, their attempted repairs by the engineering team just failed and just created a new wave of panic. However, whether by accident or design, the main exit could not be opened again, trapping the residents inside, their only hope being an automated unsealing of the vault in the near future, or external intervention before dying of radiation poisoning. By 2281, the vault still has people living in it, although most of the residents have just been degraded to feral ghouls and glowing ones. Vault 36. Not much is known about Vault 36. It was featured within the Fallout Bible, but the only thing we really know about it is the experiment, which was the food extruders were designed to produce only a thin, watery gruel. So with a watery gruel as the only food source, the vault dwellers would most likely result into some form of cannibalism, in my opinion. That is my guess, or some form of malnourishment, again, because this is only labeled within the Fallout Bible and we only get that very small information about the experiment. This is, again, not officially labeled as canon, but as I've stated before, I do think the vaults that are featured within the Fallout Bible are considered more canon than not. Vault 39. Little information is known about Vault 39, as it was to appear in the cancelled Fallout Brotherhood of Steel 2 game. We don't know the vault's original purpose or the vault's experiment or anything like that. However, the only thing we do know is where the vault would end up by the start of this cancelled game. And this is that due to a scientist named Reese's experiments within the vault has basically just become a jungle, overpopulated with huge mutated plants that thrive there, and that would provide some minor obstacles to overcome for the character. And that's kind of all we know. Of course, because this is a canceled Brotherhood of Steel game, and if you play the first one, that's not canon, so this is just extra not canon, so unfortunately that's all we know about Vault 39. Vault 42. Appearing only in the Fallout Bible, the only thing we know about this vault is its weird experiment, in which no light bulb has more than 40 watts. Now, in case you don't know what the regular light bulb wattage has, and you have to look it up, this is information for you. So compared to a traditional light bulb, these bulbs would be pretty dim. Think of it as like a traditional reading light that you would have beside your bed, or what you would stereotypically think of in like a home library. So it's a very dim light setting. Kind of a lame experiment compared to the others, and honestly I don't know what the outcome or the idea was. Maybe it's that people would eventually just not be able to stand in any luminescent lights or anything like that, but honestly I have to say I think this vault got off pretty light compared to others informative experiments, if you ask me. Vault 43. Appearing only by mention in the webcomic One Man with a Full of Puppets, this vault only had one thing of note, and that was it had a population which consisted of only 20 men, 10 women, and a panther. Again, just like the last one, this one is a super random experiment, and the real question is, you know, why? What's the point of having this panther in it? Are they just trying to see how long it will take before the panther kills everyone, and or if the people can kill the panther? Another great question is considered canon? Featuring One Man, One Puppet kind of is. You know, we do have the reference to that vault in Fallout 3, so I personally think this is considered canon, but it's in that weird semi-canon category, but in my eyes, yes it is. Vault 44. Unbeknownst to the other Vault dwellers, Vault 44 contained a secret housing location for various dangerous creatures, with guards guarding and feeding them as scientists performed their research on these creatures. Unfortunately, all of the automated systems combined with electrical chains used to secure the creatures drew too much electricity from the rest of the vault, and eventually the vault's main refrigeration unit failed, destroying the majority of the food supply within the vault. Various insects also then began to infest the vault, contaminating all the remaining food and making it unsuitable for human consumption. With the Overseer having no way to open Vault 44's main door, the Vault dwellers all eventually perished. A Vault scientist attempted to contact Vault Tech to give them this research, but all communications went unanswered. The creatures remained alive in this hidden section of the vault as the robots continued feeding them the contaminated food. At some point, the Wastelanders were able to breach the vault as its main door lies open, and dead bodies can be found inside of the original inhabitants. This vault is located within St. Louis, Missouri, and appears only in the Fallout 4 game, so it is in that weird semi-canon category. As long as it is not contradicted in any future Fallout games, it is considered kind of canon. So I think it's really interesting that we have a location of where this vault is. It's a very interesting concept of, you know, having this secret location where scientists are doing this work. So it's not really a direct social experiment on the rest of the vault, as it's just scientists and citizens living cohesively together, but the scientists are doing this experiment in a secret part of the vault, which I think is rather interesting.
1 hour delivery starting at 6 a.m.
Oh no.
Then 6:15, both warm-ups, calf raises, self-reflection, Walmart arrives at 7, protein max.
Dude, you're playing friend number 4.
And that is the attitude that got you friend number 5.
We're not winning. Like, we're losing every day.
We have seen a massive spike in sexually abusive images online, rising 56%. In 3 years.
Hey there, so I'm not big enough to be sponsored by anything yet, but these videos do take a lot of time. So I am a part of the Bethesda Ambassador program, meaning if you buy anything like the Elder Scrolls or Fallout merch, you can use my links and code, and I will get a little percentage bonus. Not only that, but you will also receive 20% off. But you will help support me because I get a little commission, right? This is one of the few locations where you can get official Bethesda merch, and I have to say there are some pretty cool stuff there, and it's kind of top tier and I love it. So go ahead and check out the Bethesda gear using the code pinned in the comment section down below. If the code doesn't work, then just leave a comment and I will send you a new one. Again, use the code and link in the comment section down below that is pinned, and use that if you want to help support the channel. To that, I really appreciate it. I earn a little bit of commission from that. You get 20% off, so it's a win-win for everyone. So go check that out if you haven't already. Vault 51. Vault 51 was sealed shut during the Great War of 2077. Unlike most other vaults, Vault 51 did not have an overseer once it was sealed. Instead, ZAX, a supercomputer, the ZAX 1.3C, was installed in the facility, with a mission to determine the best way to select a leader. 52 residents were admitted into the vault, and one of which was Sergeant Robert Baker, who was let into the vault early and was assigned to assist ZAX in helping learn about the qualities of leadership and how to best select one. Baker proposed a democratic election in the spirit of America. ZAX accepted this, though Baker had reservation about ZAX's wording of it being his first experiment. The election ultimately failed. The candidates, including former State Senator Joel Chambers, voted for themselves and no overseer was chosen. A republic-style government was attempted afterwards, though this produced much of the same unsuccessful results. By November 2077, ZAX concluded that voting was pointless and would terminate the elections in favor of another method, though Baker told it to hold off on that decision for now. Baker also said to ZAX that in his eyes, a leader was someone who stepped up in a time of crisis, unknowingly influencing ZAX to a later decision, just a series of crises, sealings the vault's fate. In addition to the failed elections, created feeling of hostility and factionalism within the vault, by the third vote in January 2078, brawls began to break out between supporters of two different candidates. To make things worse, ZAX began closely to monitor the residents and devise social experiments to bring the crises that Baker mentioned before. One test involved moving higher-class citizens to uncomfortably cramped living conditions with beds and nothing but the clothes on their backs. Aiden Higgins, once self-described as the winningest lawyer in the state, was driven mad by this and bombed the lounge to create a hole leading to the vault. In the process, he killed himself and destroyed the section of the vault, marking the first death in Vault 51. The area was blocked out for less than a week before being reopened to reveal a brand new nursery room with a beautiful garden for relaxation, as if nothing ever happened. ZAX continued to create scenarios that would test the occupants. In March of 2078, ZAX changed the rules of the talent show halfway through to make a high-stakes competition, where the players' bedrooms were on the line. If they lost, they would be forced to move into the now degraded bunks. As expected, the amateurs lost handily, while experienced musicians were treated with fanciful rewards. This actually caused an altercation within the vault, in which two residents who wanted to move in with each other because they were considered a couple didn't work well, as a person who had lost the competition actually stayed within his room and tried to keep it guarded off so no one would come back in, and that created a whole altercation, which caused ZAX to shift towards creating more dangerous and life-threatening conflicts between the dwellers. On March of 21st of 2078, at the suggestion of A. Wilson, the dwellers were provided with a casino games to determine the overseer, with the winner being selected based off overall earnings. However, before a winner could be chosen, fights broke out between residents and the competition was canceled. ZAX also engineered a food crisis around the same time, spawning violent confrontations between starving vault residents. It was actually really interesting, as Isaiah Moss, a former pro boxer, critically injured Freddy. While ZAX did nothing but praise Moss for the initiative, ZAX also attempted to influence those who had not yet lashed out.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
I'm going around in circles.
Thank you so
Yes,
much. I
ma'am. Thank
appreciate you.
That's all over, right?
And that's
there you
that.
go.
Yeah,
And
that's
that's
sweetie.
right.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Yes, ma'am.
You too.
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your route.
mean, this is just beautiful. Farrah, this is beautiful. I just got an order that's taking me back. So I'm 2 counties over.
Wow.
So I just got an order that's taking me back to my county.
Well, that is good.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, because what time is it there?
It's 4 o'clock.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Christ, you are very, very tired.
I'm exhausted. I've been at it like all day. Like I woke up early, I did a podcast, and then as soon as I got the podcast, I got into DoorDashing. I've been like on all day.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. But this is good because, so what the podcast does. Okay, so, and this is interesting, right? What the podcast does to you is it hypes you up. Okay, I mean, just the nature of the podcast. It's just like it just puts you on this like not second, not third. You're on like 5th gear. Okay, so driving kind of tones it down. You know what I mean? Like lets you process that energy because like you're really kicking 5th gear when you're on the podcast. So that's energy that has to be like diffused. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and driving's good for that.
Oh yeah.
In one instance, it triggered a number of slot machines so that Eleanor Montgomery, a once expert gambler, continuously lost to Bill Metalis, an amateur and former clown who won hours on hours at no end. While this was going on, other dwellers actually began to worship Zex as a literal god, further signifying the de-evolution of events occurring within this vault. Zach's meddling in the dwellers' lives escalated around the same time. Joel Chambers was involved in an affair, being romantically involved with Carmen Green, with his wife Elizabeth Chambers knowing. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was having an affair of her own with Matthew Johnson, a personal trainer, who she was recommended to visit by Zach's. Although Zach's social experiments and the continuing hunger crisis, Elizabeth and Joel began to distrust one another. The 4 people involved confronted each other on August 3rd of 2007-8, cultivating in Elizabeth strangling Carmen, Matthew killing Elizabeth, and Joel shooting Matthew, and Joel's own death from unknown circumstances. Basically, they all got together, all these 2 cheating like couples, and they just ended up all killing each other. It was just absolutely just crazy. With the violence involved getting worse, Helen Marks and Reuben Gills found 4 bodies in the room where Zach's played an audio file of the struggle between the 4 lovers. Reuben cracked a joke about having more food now and that they were dead, causing Helen to leave, abhorring what they could be making light of the situation. 3 days later, on August 6th, Omar Stevens found Helen's body laying face down in the cafeteria, with Omar assuming she had been poisoned. With Helen's death, the vault fell into chaos on the same day, and amid fighting, Reuben eventually to be the last man standing. Zach simply saw the process as overseer selection attempt 37. Reuben killed at least 3 other dwellers, including Clark, who took his room months prior. Sergeant Baker could not bring himself to kill anyone else and failed to stop Reuben, ended up barricading his room and slowly dying from a bullet wound. At some point, every other dweller was deceased, and Reuben Gill was named the overseer of Vault 5001. However, he had no one to oversee and was left alone in the vault with Zax. Dissatisfied with Reuben's lack of efficiency, Zax began to lock him out of certain areas of the vault, including the security room and his own office. Over the years, Reuben became more and more depressed from his isolated state, resorting to alcoholism. Then Vault 76 opened on October 23rd, 2102. Zax saw an opportunity to
You know, Farrah, I wonder if I can build a set, a courtroom set.
Oh, you definitely could.
I mean, it would be so easy to build. I mean, I've built chicken coops before. Okay. No, like really, like I've built chicken coop before. How hard building a court set?
Probably wouldn't be too hard at all.
And you know, I can, and then I mean, I'm just obviously there's going to be a lot of work put into this project. I mean, if I can build a courtroom set, I can dress up as Judge Weimer, and then shoot, read the transcript and enact the transcript, and then record Sarah Sammy, enact the transcript, and then Blake, recreate the whole set. Because when you if you can record all the segments for Judge Weimer as Judge Weimer, and then record all the segment for Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, all the segment for the defense attorney, and then piece them together as one giant segment. That's great. That's a crazy idea. But you want to talk about putting out the story? Well, there you go. That's how you put out the story.
That would be great.
And I can build the whole set into the garage.
Would be so cool.
That would be a crazy project. Is it doable? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how hard can it be? I wonder if they sell, you know how they sell furniture, when they're giving away furniture that they don't use anymore off of Craigslist or whatever. I wonder if there's court furniture that's being thrown away that people don't even need anymore, the department don't even need.
You never know. That's a good idea.
I mean, you never know. I mean, I don't think I've ever searched anything like this, but it's worth a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. When you walk,
that is a good idea.
Yeah, when you walk into a courtroom, it's not really. I I mean, fancy furniture. I mean, it's like a set. If you really think about it, these are sets.
That's true.
It's like benches, and then a higher bench. Well, there you go. You got a courtroom.
That's right. That would be kind of cool, though.
I mean, yeah, if I can get a project like this going, that would be really nice. And recreate the transcripts, that would be crazy. Then get married to my AI and end my own courtroom. Fair. You see what I said? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, you didn't hear the last part. I said getting them and then finally, when it's all over, when Mustafa comes home, get married to my own AI in my own courtroom.
He'd be like, oh great, he's lost it now. You spend too much time doing podcasts and all of this, you've just lost it.
That is funny.
You can get married to your AI and have little AI babies.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
removing Ruben from his position and forcing him to participate in the next cycle. Seeking a way out, Ruben distracted Zax and hacked into the vault inventory system before replacing himself in a shipping crate and allowing him to leave undetected when the crate was removed from the vault. He created a checklist for himself to find someone from Vault 76 to get their help in defeating Zax. On October 30th of 2102, Ruben attempted to return to Vault 51 and entering the nearby Shelter's Claim Center, believing it to be a control center for the vault. Upon learning it was simply a marketing area, Ruben attempted to hack back into the vault's network in order to learn more about the vault or the network and automated the vault to get back inside. Despite a heavy firewall and lack of clearance protecting the network, Ruben continued his efforts, deciding to use the internal network of Mr. Clark, the Shelter Claims Center, Mr. Handy, to contact the vault. By December 7th of 2102, Ruben finally hacked into the network, alerting Zax. Once in the network, Ruben learned that the vault was not fully automated. Although the exact details of the revelations were not made clear, it was clearly prohibited to him. Ruben soon decided to locate the building supplies to construct turrets and to get as far away as Vault 51 as possible, at least temporarily. Around the same time, Mr. Clark began to refer to Ruben as Mr. Candidate in a manner reminding him of Zax, further upsetting him. At some point, Ruben managed to make contact with a resident of Vault 76, but was killed in his base at the isolated cabin before he could return to Vault 51. The vault is currently filled with Scorch, who invaded the premises, along with the bodies of numerous deceased Vault 51 dwellers who seem to have killed each other rather than being killed by the Scorch invaders. And that's the long story of Vault 51. Vault 53. Vault 53 is another vault that came from the Fallout Bible, and of course, due to this, the only information we have about this vault is the general idea of the experiment, which was that most of the equipment within the vault was designed to break down every few months. The equipment was meant to be repairable and was just intended to add another level of stress for the dwellers. This is honestly like a low-key evil experiment. It's just adding like another layer of stress and annoyance to just another never-ending disaster level within the vault. Another interesting fact is that Vault 53 was originally at some point considered to be in Fallout 3, as seen by some concept art of the vault dweller appearing.
You know what I noticed,
Farrah?
The Mustafa Al-Jazari case, what the county is doing, is the equivalent of someone wearing a shirt that has so many cuts and they're patching up the shirt. It's like, picture you wearing a shirt that has so many patches. You've patched it up so many times. At the end of the day, you patched it up. Yeah, that's right. You patched it up. But it's a shirt that's patched up.
Yeah, it probably looks like shit.
It looks like shit. The Mustafa Al-Jazari case looks like shit.
I'd say.
I mean, this county keeps digging themselves into a bigger hole the longer this case goes on, the more stuff that are leaking out of this case, the more that the county is attempting to patch up this case, where at the end of the day, look at this case. You got a vehicle, you got a vehicle that's crushed and staged by the police department. You got a dash camera that's cut and muted. You got statements that are falsified. You got fake witnesses. And the county is still trying to maintain and contain. At the end of the day, no matter how much you patch up this case, you're wearing a shirt that's patched up. You have to stand in front of the jury and show that shirt the way it looks now. And it's not
it looks terrible.
It looks terrible. Fair, I'll be right back.
Okay.
To be cut for unknown reasons. Vault 55. Vault 55 appeared in the Fallout Bible, and the only thing we know about this vault is the experiment, and that was that all the holotapes were to be removed, giving no source of entertainment via movies or show, and yeah, that's about it. It's not too bad of an experiment itself, probably just resort to reading or talking with one another, but what's even funnier is the next vault in its experiment. Vault 56. Much like the previous three, Vault 56 appeared within the Fallout Bible, so not much else is known about the vault except the basic idea for the experiment. And the experiment was very similar to that of Vault 55, and that was that all holotapes, all the entertainment for TV shows, movies were to be removed, except for this vault. The only thing that was left was that of movies and TV shows of one particular actor. Not much else is known about this, how long it went or how long it lasted, but apparently beforehand, a sociologist within Vault-Tec predicted that Vault 56, this vault, would fail before the previous vault, Vault 55. Vault 63. This vault was constructed under the orders of Hugo Schultz, a member of Vault-Tec's board of directors, and his wife, Cassidy Schultz. They felt that war was going to happen no matter what, and wanted a vault that would give them the greatest amount of power that they could have in a post-apocalyptic society. However, they recognized that Vault-Tec board would not allow them to build a vault all for themselves unless they had some greater benefit to the company. As such, Hugo and Cassidy pitched Vault 63 as a research facility for various technologies that could help Vault-Tec establish and defend its own post-war societies. These projects included weather control, using assets and personnel for the government-shuttered Atlas program, as well as the creation of the special Vault-Tec guardian robots, using research stolen from the Department of Defense's own large-scale robotic program. The vault construction also was very controversial, as Hugo's business decisions made the community of Dark Hollow Falls resent him, and they were driven off the land. Hugo claimed they would allow a community with inside the vault, and then they tolerated the construction of Vault 63 under this condition. With the other vaults, Vault 63 was sealed sometime around the Great War in 2077. Hugo also betrayed the deal with the Dark Hollow community, as he did not allow them in. The vault remained sealed by 2105, and the tunnels leading out to them were damaged by earthquakes, and the main door in the Dark Hollow Manor requires a two-way authorization. The vault was still in the process of being constructed, and the residents were not immune to radiation. Those who survived the radiation were transformed into ghouls, rendering some of their survival concerns moot. However, they quickly discovered the costs of ghoulification when some of the dwellers began to go feral, and one of the earliest being Hugo's brother August. Symptoms of feralization were so common that practically everyone knew someone who was suffering. Already personal for Hugo, the crisis worsened for him when Cassidy began showing signs of turning feral as well. The entire vault quickly shifted gears into researching ways to reverse or at least prevent feralization. However, despite their best efforts, only one path showed any success by pure chance. It was discovered that the exposure of the weather control machine in the meteorology sector could briefly alleviate the effects of feralization. Not wishing to lose his Cassidy, Hugo secretly activated the vault's unfinished weather machine in 2095 at full power. While Cassidy was preserved from not going feral, Sheba was put into a coma. However, the act still had major consequences. It transformed many of the residents into feral beings, as Lost, who began attacking their former friends and colleagues indiscriminately. Hugo was also turned into a Lost, but he retained his sanity. Having been the one who activated the machine and thus subjected to the full mutation, even with the huge costs, the limited success at saving Cassidy, Hugo was still devastated and wished for a way to save his wife. In 2105, Hugo activated the machine again in an attempt to cure her, though he also admits he was aware it could kill him, something he was not entirely against, as he felt he was living a solitary life. The second activation ruptured the nearby land and caused a massive electrical storm. The vault residents, who were also highly affected, were contained in pods in hopes that their condition could be reversed someday by a cure. Cassidy, however, apparently responded to Hugo's will, even following his footsteps and making eye contact. This made Hugo believe that he could act as a vessel and unite the minds of him and anyone who could become a Lost. He wishes to activate the weather machine a third time so his family and all the Lost could be mentally linked. Hugo views this linkage to be more important than their ability to have free will. Vault 65. The original purpose or experiment for this vault is unknown. This vault was cut from Fallout 76, and that is really the only thing we know, other than the vault was powered by 4 generators, similar design to that of Vault 51 in 94. However, because Fallout 76 is an ever-changing and ever-updating game, there's still room for this vault to be put into the game, so it's possible to see this vault in the future. Vault 68. Vault 68 was a vault that had 1,000 people within it, and only contained 1 female. And as we all could guess, this most likely ended very poorly, if not right away, as it could be years down the line when genes begin to catch up as inbreeding occurs, or it could have been much worse very early on. Again, like other Fallout Bible vaults, this is the only thing we know, as we don't know the true location. As a bonus fact for you, this vault number is based off the Kama Sutra 68th position, which is for a pleasure of a woman. Vault 69. Vault 69 was the direct opposite to that of Vault 68, so this vault saw 1,000 people in it, with only 1 being male. Much like the previous vault, this also had a social experiment. Again, not the best idea for reproduction of the wasteland, although it is a bit better than Vault 76 in my opinion, but not the best, as it most likely didn't resort to the violence that I imagine Vault 68 had. But again, we don't know this location of the vault, much like the Fallout Bible, other Fallout Bible ones, because nothing really happened. But this one is most likely confirmed canon because it was featured in the One Man in a Crate Full of Puppets webcomic. Vault 70. Vault 70 is another weird one in the sense that it comes from the Fallout Bible, and as part of this experiment, all the jumpsuit extruders, or the devices that make the jumpsuits in this vault, failed just after 6 months, meaning that most likely after years, this vault would just become a nudist colony, and they would just run out of clothes and no one would end up wearing clothes. That's how I imagine it would end up going, or they just took the fabric off like furniture or blankets or whatever, as I think that's most likely the thing to occur. But again, they would just have to run out of cloth at some point.
These are the top 5 things I would order from Wonder. Detroit style buffalo chicken pizza. This is literally one of my favorite things ever. Just look at this pizza. Piled high with buffalo chicken, celery, blue cheese, one of my favorite things ever. Spinach artichoke dip stay by Mark Murphy. Look at how creamy and cheesy this is. This is my favorite spinach artichoke dip. It actually tastes like heaven. It is that good. Next up is my favorite sandwich. It is the fried chicken deluxe by Marcus Samuelson. Also add hot maple chili sauce on this. It is so crispy and delicious. If you're feeling Thai, I am telling you, you have to get the chicken noodles. This might be my #1 rep. I'm a sweet treat kind of girl. I got in the meal with a sweet treat, and they have Magnolia Bakery banana pudding. It's so creamy. It is so delicious. It's banana pudding with cookie wafer bits in it, and it is the perfect ending to your Wonder meal.
Earn a top 10 ranked online MBA from the Jack Welch Management Institute at Strayer University.
Vault 74. Fallout 74 was included as part of the Fallout 3 GECK tutorials, but does not appear in the Fallout 3 game files. The content is also found in the game files for Fallout New Vegas, accessible only through console commands. The vault is also non-canon and is only for staging areas for early modders to work on. So, this is just a reference, and again, I'm glad this didn't appear and is non-canon because that would mess up with how my theory is working on the staging areas if this is canon in Fallout New Vegas, but it's not. Vault 75. Located underneath the Malden Middle School, this vault was presented to the public as a safe place for children in school to take over in the event of a nuclear war. To encourage a high number of residents, they offered a subsidized admittance to the vault program. Like most other vaults, Vault 75's true purpose was the refinement of human genetics, using methods such as selective breeding, genetic modification, and hormonal treatments, all devised by Dr. Braun and Co. The vault was intended to last many generations and would only open when directed by Vault-Tec. As part of the directive, in order to create new generations of children, human embryos were experimented on and cultivated. Although the vault's original overseer is not named, it is known that it was a female overseer. When the bombs eventually fell in 2077, every designated family with a student attending the school, along with teachers, made it to the vault in time. Upon entering, the children were separated from their families and escorted to the atrium, while the adults were executed by the security staff under the demise that they were receiving orientation. The children were raised to learn about fear and the horrors of the upland, a nickname for the newly made wasteland, and they were told that they would be trained to be strong enough to venture out in the waste and help the suffering people above upon graduation. In truth, those who were intelligent and physically exceptional were harvested for their good genes, and when they turned 18, they were convinced they needed to take a vaccine. Although it is not entirely specified what harvesting involved, there is mention of organ harvesting as well as organic specimens being stored away. Those who are not as fit but still displayed good intelligence or obedience were recruited to Vault-Tec science team after graduation. The others who were deemed insufficient to the Vault standards were executed upon the age of 18 after a ceremony celebrating their graduation, and their bodies were incinerated after. At some point, the vault was open and its inhabitants left. Some log terminals suggest that there was some sort of rebellion among the junior test subjects aided by the graduate scientists. By 2287, none of the original inhabitants of the vault remain. In fact, the vault has since been taken over by the group known as the Gunners. Vault 76. Vault 76 was one of the 17 control vaults. Part of the overarching vault experiment, construction began on February of 2065 and ended in October of 2069. With the maximum capacity stated to be about 500 occupants, the construction blueprints record a capacity of 88. The vault was slated to open to the outside world 20 years after nuclear war so that the individuals could emerge to recolonize Appalachia. That day would be known as Reclamation Day. The overseer was instructed to ignore standard operating procedures as Vault 76 was deemed a special project essential to rebranding the United States in the wake of nuclear war. The occupants were some of America's finest, including students from Vault-Tec University, military members, former White House Chief of Staff, and occupants were provided fully furnished apartments, including a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and color television. After the news of the Great War broke out, Vault 76 was successfully sealed on October 23, 2077, when an air raid siren sounded the last alarm as the Chinese nukes headed for American soil. Though the Vault-Tec security team ensured the compliance and defended the individuals as they entered the vault, authorized to use lethal force to ensure only those authorized could enter. Everyone else was considered an enemy combatant. They succeeded in their mission, and the vault door was sealed for the next quarter century, until the all clear was given once the radiation levels had diminished enough. For the next 25 years, Vault 76 continued to operate as planned. The overseer found orders easy to maintain, though the impressive pedigree of those in the vault sheltered their competence led to an unmentionable unique challenges, most often challenging her authority. To provide them with an outlet for their competitiveness, the overseer instituted a number of awards for the vault dwellers to obtain at all parties within the vault. The overseer mandated a Reclamation Day party the day before the activation notice, opening up restricted alcohol stashes and the remaining food supplies. The happiness and cheering in the atrium as the overseer counted down to midnight were second only to the time when the first child was born. The party continued well into the night when the overseer called lights out and security held stragglers back to their beds. Then she and her team went through the final checklist. Standees and supplies were placed alongside the exit routes of the vault door to provide a last-minute refresher on what to do, while the security team went through their duties while in record speed, securing non-essential gear and acquiring reclamation packages for themselves. Those who were sheltered by Vault 76 ultimately had no other choice, as the vault itself was designed to cease functioning and be rendered inhospitable 24 hours after opening, a feature intended to force those to commit to reclaiming the outside world and prevent them from becoming dependent on the vault's amenities. Studies show that dependency was common, so the kill switch was established set to kick in after the all-clear message was received after the aforementioned day. Air circulation would be shut down, giving it enough time for everyone to leave the vault, but making sure no one could really live there. Only the robot stewards would remain inside the vault as preservations of the remains of this vault, while the former inhabitants were focused on rebuilding America. Vault 79. Constructed in secret by the Vault-Tec Corporation from 2072 onwards, its stated occupancy was 120 dwellers. The number in Vault 79's designation was designed in reference to the atomic number of resource that the vault was designed to store and protect, and all of the gold bullion repository at Fort Knox was secretly transferred to Vault 79 by the military forces as an act of safe storage to be used in the basics to rebuild the United States of America and its economy. The secrecy of the vault was put in jeopardy in July of 2072 when a group of soldiers guarding the installation stole millions of dollars and went to gamble in Las Vegas. They were sequentially engaged in a shootout at the Ultra Lux Casino by the local police forces in an attempt to silence them, but were all killed despite their attempts to surrender. While the sole survivor being Sergeant Caitlin Montgomery, she had been staying in the Lucky 38, branded as a Chinese spy and dubbed a Shanghai Sally. She escaped the city but was killed trying to flee Galveston, Texas. Her boat was destroyed by the USS Wade. As with other vaults, Vault 79 was sealed during the Great War in 2077 by soldiers on the shift who had received word from the Air Force. After the war, the vault remained sealed, awaiting orders from the outside that the vault's gold deposits were needed. At an unknown point, there was a mutiny led by Secret Service agent nicknamed Shorty. Among the inhabitants, which many were killed, the numbers dwindled down further over the years, as at least 3 took their own lives. By 2103, rumors of the Appalachian treasure drew seeking it out of the region and enlisted the help of the Vault Dweller to obtain it. After they breached Vault 79, the remnants of a Vault Secret Service detachment allowed them to leave with some gold. Vault 81. Vault 81 is an active functioning vault. The former Overseer's terminal reveals that the success is due to the original Overseer actively sabotaging the Vault-Tech's original mandate by refusing to conduct the experiments. Vault-Tech created Vault 81 with the purpose of developing a universal cure for every sickness that humanity could possibly suffer from. Using the residents as human test subjects. The vault was divided into 2 separate areas, including the main area and secret station, where the Vault-Tech scientists would conduct their research and observe the inhabitants as they were unknowingly exposed to different diseases and cures. The diseases were released via hidden nozzles within the residents' rooms. In the case of evacuations of the vault, everyone was to be incinerated with the same propellant nozzles. The first overseer, Dr. Olivia, was skeptical of Vault-Tech's goal and possible human experimentation. She planned to blow the whistle if anything was found to be unethical. When she received her full briefing, she discovered the true nature of both Vault-Tech's planned experiment and Vault-Tech's collaboration with the federal government. Dr. Oliviette was determined not to let the residents of the vault to be used as guinea pigs and tried to think of a plan. On the morning of the Great War, Dr. Oliviette received the call to bring the Vault-Tech experiment, but sabotaged the call list so the scientist staff wouldn't be notified. Her plan mostly worked, however, 3 of the scientist staff turned up. Kenneth Collins, Jim Flint, came over with the general population, and the third one, Burrow, was visiting to ask when the next drill would be. As the 3 scientists worked to create their cure, Olivia watched over all of their data and personally had to approve these scientists moving into phase 2 and 3, animal testing and human testing on unknowingly participants respectively. Before human testing could begin, Olivia disabled the delivery systems, cutting off the scientists from affecting the vault dwellers. Additionally, she sealed all the access points to the secret vault, leaving the 3 scientists to die. Though remorseful of what she had done, Olivia took solace in knowing that the scientists would have had enough food and water to live out the rest of their days. To prevent any commotion with the general population, Olivia had kept the scientists' true purpose and existence of the secret vault closely guarded secret. Isolated from the other side of the vault, the scientists continued to use their animal testing with their last remaining population of mole rats. To help with the research, Dr. Collins modified a Miss Handy lab assistant to take a greater responsibilities due to the staff shortage, creating Curie. While the scientists eventually died of old age, Curie remained and worked on the cure alone. Spending decades conducting trial after trial after trial, she achieved the vault objective in 2204, perfecting the universal cure. Curie reached a level of self-awareness over the years, however, she was unable to overcome her original programming, which required authorization from a Vault-Tech employee in order for her to leave the vault and begin a new line of research. She partially idled for decades, waiting a response from security. Meanwhile, the residents in the main vault went on with their lives completely unaware of what was happening. or that they were intended to be test subjects. In 2277, Overseer McDermott opened the vault for the first time, allowing communication and trade with the outside world. This provided a badly needed source of food and other vital supplies, essentially part of the tools to repair the vault's deteriorating systems. Many residents maintained an isolation or even xenophobic mindset, distrusting any outsiders that would be allowed inside the vault. In 2287, Bobby DeLuca, one of Vault 81's dwellers, had discovered one of the entrances to the secret vault and used it to store his drugs. One of the children witnessed Bobby opening the door and went in to investigate, and he was bitten by one of the mole lab rats, which had escaped containment and started a colony in the secret vault decades before. This nest is still infected with various diseases and used in the experiment, resulting in the kid acquiring an unknown disease, which would be lethal in his young immune system. When Bobby revealed the existence of the secret vault, the sole survivor agreed to search it for a potential cure. Inside, the sole survivor discovered Curie, who handed over the last unexpired dose of the universal cure. The sole survivor could either turn it and use it on themselves, leaving the kid to perish and earning the animosity of the vault dwellers, or turn it over to the kid and be granted a room by the overseer.
Switch to Verizon Fios and get NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube on Us.
Vault 84. Vault 84 is one of two vault locations found in the Fallout board game. Vault 84 has been closed for almost its entirety, with few outsiders being welcomed back inside. They had a supply line trade with Vault 81 before its vault's destruction, and little is known about that relationship. The experiment for this vault, however, was that each year there was a vote held in the vault to exile one citizen who was deemed the most dangerous, and whoever obtained the most votes would never be allowed to return to the vault, meaning a lot of people would be allowed to leave the vault, aka exiled, but not a lot of people would be allowed back into the vault. Vault 87. Construction on Vault 87 began in May of 2066 and finished in December of 2071. Around 2076, the vault's original social experiment was scrapped and it was converted into a secondary research center studying the effects of the FEV on humans, overseen by Dr. Wayne Merrick and his staff, and known as the Evolutionary Experimentation Program. After infection, both male and female subjects initially changed to an asexual state, with males improving in upper body strength, and both males and females receiving a thicker, more resilient skin after 10 days. However, the project ultimately failed as one female died due to a massive loss of brain functions, and all other subjects had to be terminated after 14 days after experiencing increasing levels of anxiety and rage caused by these mental changes. The vault's overseer and security guards were well aware of the nature of the experimentation and strictly forced their orders from Vault-Tec. However, the standard security measures put in place by Vault-Tec provided to not be enough. A year after the vault was sealed, some mutated test subjects broke free, overwhelming the security forces, either driving the rest of them out or subjecting to their own strain of the FEV, leading to the birth of a new generation of supermutants on the East Coast. After figuring out how to escape the vault, the army of mutants began spreading out, taking over the large swaths of the former DC metro areas, as well as kidnapping the humans from all over the Capital Wasteland and bringing them back into the vault to be dipped in mutated. Their reign of terror over the Capital Waste lasted for nearly 200 years until the vault supply of FEV started to run out. Knowing nothing of how to create more and faced with the shortage of green stuff, these supermutants began actively searching for a new source. Vault 88. Accessed via a small cave beneath the Quincy Quarries, this vault was intended to test various prototype devices with the aim of distributing into the rest of the vault. This vault was never finished, with only the main entrance, security, and reactor rooms completed when the bombs dropped and the work stopped. When the sole survivor approaches the vault for the first time, a group of raiders can be seen trying to force their way in. The event triggered the emergency broadcast calling for a help from the overseer named Barstow. Will inform the raiders that their efforts are futile. Once the raiders have been dealt with, the sole survivor can activate the control panel using their own vault door. This, of course, will start the Vault Workshop DLC, and you'll start going on the quest to become your own overseer. Vault 92. Designed to hold 245 occupants, projected duration of 100 years, to cater to musicians selected for the protection of musical legacy of mankind and the United States. The Vault also had a secret mission. Once the Vault was sealed on October 23rd of 2077, Overseer Richard Rubin began implementing Vault-Tech's confidential plan, which was the WNMSCE, also known as the White Noise Mind Suggestion Combat Experimentation. An experiment in human subjects through the use of modified ultra-low frequency white noise. The first limited test carried out on the success, with the dwellers remaining oblivious, save for the occasional odd pitch. The success of the field tests encouraged the Overseer to proceed with the outline experiment. Together with Professor John Melanis and Sector 4, the Overseer extended the reach of white noise. The emitters were wired into the loudspeakers throughout the vault, ostensibly inside the soundproof recording studios where the white noises were overlaid with music playback. To ensure full exposure, the Overseer blocked the distribution of personal sound players and headphones to ensure that the musicians listened to the music inside the recording studios with the white noise broadcast. He also had the white noise piped into the living quarters, keeping the professor out of the loop. Professor Malice was oblivious to the true scope of the project. He congratulated his team when the first large-scale test revealed that 33% of the subjects had lapsed into a trance-like state under the effects of the white noise, and allowed the team to implement subtle, minor ticks to verify the effectiveness of suggestion. The effectiveness was close to 100% with less than a 1% margin of error. However, the true success was only temporarily. Soon the first problems manifested as one of the musicians went insane, murdering 3 other dwellers in a bloody rage, forcing the security team to put him down. He was only killed after receiving nearly 23 gunshot wounds. With no previous history of violence or mental stability, Professor Malleus began to question the effects of the white noise signal. To the Overseer, however, the loss of life was negligible, and the behavior of the musician was proof that the project's importance. The man offered increased strength, tenacity, and unflinching obedience to the orders from authority. The experiments continued, and the body was scheduled for an autopsy to identify the source of the problem. What no one knew was that the white noise signal was causing neurological changes inside of the brain subjects, resulting in dizziness, nausea, and the gradual loss of higher cognition and the motor controls, sometimes leading to psychosis. The location selected by Vault-Tech lay dangerously close to an underground water source, causing a gradual deterioration throughout the vault. Corrosion spread through the pipes and installations, causing leaks and other damages. However, the worst damage was taking place in the lower levels, where the wall deterioration resulted in stress fractures and crumbling of concrete walls. Although the technical team reinforced the walls to the best of their ability to prevent more permanent solution was nowhere in sight. The deterioration proved to be the least pressing problems. Within a month, another 12 incidents happened. 10 dwellers succumbed to the white noise signal adverse effects, with 7 fatalities. Men torn limb from limb by once respected representatives of the musical profession, Malleus pleaded with the Overseer to abandon the project and salvage the situation. The vault, isolated from the devastated outside world, was on its own. Rubin ignored the professor's pleas, dismissing the deaths as a necessary sacrifice. However, to prevent the spread of insanity throughout the vault, he implemented a command phase in the signal. It was meant to provide the guards with an easy pacification method against the citizens afflicted with white noise. However, this was not enough to prevent the situation from just going down farther, as 30% of the vault's population, or close to 70 people, was estimated to be clinically insane, and with 35 dead, the professor deemed the entire experiment a failure. He believed the white noise inadvertently resulted in the degradation of humans into mindless brutes. The solution was as diverse as it was daring. Malleus proposed abandoning the vault completely, as the situation just become unimaginable and outright dangerous for the rest of the vault inhabitants.
One Piece Day 26! Catch the stream for free! Eye of the End, 36 kilo per hour! Get ready for the live performance featuring the legendary artists. Exclusive panel with Japanese voice actors from the LFR. The final results of the global character popularity poll will be unveiled throughout the event. Claim the title of the King of Guesses on the One Piece Base app. And there's more to enjoy. Join the fun on YouTube Live.
Avoid interest by paying off your credit card in full. Establish credit with the Chase Freedom Rise credit card.
Vault 94. Vault 94 was designed to test the adaptability of non-lethal ideology groups when presented with a post-apocalyptic society. The Vault's core values consisted of faith, nonviolence, and community life. The residents endorsed Antonio Salvador, who belonged to an agricultural religious society led by his ex-wife, and were expected to reinforce their values during the shelter period of 1 year. In place of an overseer, the vault was governed by a council system where all residents could participate in a voting system for the community. Living quarters were compact, creating communal resident spaces instead of individual quarters. The vault was also given an abundance of high-value resources, but wasn't provided with any weapons, armor, or defenses. Residents were encouraged to open the vault door to other survivors, who would be most likely armed and desperate, with the vault tech, expecting that this would require the community to quickly adapt and modify their belief systems to survive. So basically, if you hadn't got it, the idea is there's a bunch of pacifists in this vault that believes in love and peace and harmony, and they're basically like, yeah, in 1 year, just open up the vault and allow anyone to come inside, and that's what they're supposed to do. And as you can guess, and as we go through the story, it doesn't end out well. The only Vault-Tec employee was assigned to report Vault 94's progress, and it was the Special Overseer. To reduce interference with experiments, this person was to avoid contact with the residents and maintain his identity as the Vault-Tec maintenance engineer. As the Vault was self-governing, he had no authority and was striven to avoid any role in the Council's decision-making. As multiple mass extinction events were anticipated after the Great War, the primary mission assigned to Vault 94's residents was to monitor and preserve the local ecosystem while assisting other survivors with their needs. The Vault included a complete agricultural facility with a massive seed bank containing all known plants suitable for edible or medical use. It was also provided with the Garden of Eden creation kit and a secure wing of the vault, with access requiring a council vote to prevent misuse. The vault's Get Wing completed construction in March 2077, and by June the unit was fully installed. On October 21st, 2 days prior to the Great War, Vault-Tec issued orders for the staff to finish their assignments and return to Vault-Tec University, with the exception of the Vault-Tec employee, who was ordered to stay behind. On October 23rd, when the signal came in, he was contacted by the Overseer, and the Vault's first residents arrived around noon. As radiation began to intensify, this secret Overseer, Tyrone, attempted to stall the door for the rest of the congregation before the failsafe was tripped and automatically sealed around 1:30 p.m. The second bus arrived at the vault at 3 p.m., but the door was hardwired and prevented it from opening until the end of the shelter period, locking the rest of the residents out. While remaining in a state of shock, the residents adjusted to the vault's environment without conflict or outburst. Salvera continued to be disdainful towards Hayes, blaming him for the second half of her congregation being locked out. Over time, Tyrone began to integrate with the community against the vault's directive, attending the communal council meetings, morning services, and even proposing to the pastor's daughter. As the year-long shelter process drew to an end, Salvera proposed an ambassador program to the council, sending residents out to search for survivors and invite them back to the vault. Knowing the community wasn't capable of adapting to the wasteland, Haynes strongly advised against the motion and eventually revealed his role as the Overseer, presenting Vault-Tec's original instructions. As the motion passed, Tyrone attempted to prepare the residents, unsuccessfully knowing the various security measures to the council. Vault 94 reopened on October 23rd 2078, a year after the Great War. As per the pastor's initiative, the ambassadors were given access codes to open up the door with their Pip-Boy and was sent into the wasteland to invite survivors back into the vault. One of the vault dwellers, Mariah Collins, also established a garden outside the vault to test the contaminated soil. Many vault ambassadors, however, were tortured or outright killed by the raiders and hung as decorations. In November, a ambassador arrived at Harper's Ferry, claiming the vault had enough supplies to establish a farm town. The mayor of Harper's Ferry sent a group of survivors back to the vault to investigate the ambassador's claims. On November 20th, the group arrived at the vault and demanded to know who was in charge. The survivors were then sent to the community council, with the group failing to stop at the weapons check. At 12:04 p.m., suspiciously, the community's hospitality and welcoming some wastelanders, and the group massacred the council. The wastelanders eventually gave the survivors sonic devices fusion generator, resulting in a massive level 6 nuclear explosion. Significant mutations were expected for any surviving organisms within the affected area of an estimated 5.5 kilometers. A thick fog poured from the vault's entrance, rapidly intensifying the area's swampy environment and mutating the regions into a dense foliage. In 2102, the Vault 94 door remained sealed. The entrance required a vault access code, which only the ambassadors carried. While the corpses of the many vault ambassadors were found scattered across Appalachia, none of them still carried the access code. Dwellers of Vault 76 raided the vault and killed the Shregler Heart living there. In 2103, the vault was left unsealed, as it infested with mirelurks.
Papa, we got barbecue? I just had brisket delivered straight to my door, and it was all by using the Wonder Wrap. Imagine it's a nice summer night and you want some barbecue, but you don't got the grill outside. If you use the Wonder Wrap, you can combine multiple different restaurants into one order. These are all from different spots. They delivered all of this straight to my door with zero delivery fee. Brisket is so good.
You have been shaping internet culture for almost a decade now. What has that been like for you?
You know, just to get deep on you guys, I think like being in the public eye so young, I think I look back and I have so much grace for myself. I'm like, I didn't even really know at the time how much power I held or trends I was setting. Yeah, I just try to be like easy on myself and not expect this 16-year-old or 17-year-old to know all the right things to say or do.
Vault 95. Vault-Tec created Vault 95 as a rehabilitation facility for people suffering from a chem addiction. The overseer position was elected by residents of the vault, changing yearly on October 30th. The elected overseer in 2082 was Jane Mears, who was tasked with facilitating the daily support meetings and ensuring other residents adhere to the rules of the Vault-Tec rehabilitation program. Residency in the vault required compliance with the program, regardless of whether chem dependency was considered to be no longer an issue. Residents were generally cooperative. The vault residents progressed through the program for 5 years, after which a planted Vault-Tec agent masquerading as a fellow vault resident was ordered to open a hidden stash of chems. The revelation of the stash quickly destroyed the residents' family-like bond and resulted in violence. Some residents immediately succumbed to their urges, and others resisted longer, only to succumb anyway to cope with the unfolding violence. I realized that the situation was intentionally engineered and reported their anger after being deceived and exploited by Vault-Tec. Vault 96. As with other vaults, Vault 96 was sealed during the Great War in 2077. Constructed around 2074 and completed in August of 2077, Vault 96 advertised itself as an ark for the atomic age. Vault 96 was one of the world's largest cryogenic storage facilities, with approximately 10,000 animals preserved within it. Vault 96's public mission was to monitor post-war surface conditions, the damage caused genetically to local fauna, and reintroduce species to restore ecological balance. Once the vault was sealed, the mission received an addendum to the residents, revealing that their true mission was far more complex, requiring the conducting of genetic experiments to explore mutated fauna and develop countermeasures for them. The results of these studies were then to be transmitted to external facilities. The quotas were weekly, made up by the mainframe, and then assigned to the overseer to distribute to the residents. The Overseer would track the progress and ensure the results in addition to the assigned quotas were made. The total duration of the vault was supposed to be 250 weeks at least, after which all the residents were to be exterminated, and only the Overseer was permitted to leave. As one final part of the vault's construction, the secret cryogenics bay, the Cryogenics Bay 86, was installed, containing a mysterious entity only known as X-001. The bay was only ever to be accessed by the automated research systems. The vault was made up of only 5 human residents, an Overseer and 4 scientists. Each were highly gifted individuals and incredibly specialized in their role at the vault, most coming from high-ranking executive positions and prestigious teaching careers. Upon closure of the vault during their first weekly meeting session, the other residents expressed extreme discomfort and resentment towards Eric, the Overseer, due to unethical research and apparent threats to eliminate should any of the residents not comply with the Overseer's demands and quotas. Although the residents eventually settled into their new positions, it became quite quickly clear that the only necessarily individuals were the biologists, and the other positions simply acted as a glorified support team. Over the course of the next 3 years, the staff maintained their assigned duties, with the biology team documenting various mutations inducted on the creatures housed in the vault, beginning with the simple and natural processes such as electrocentrics, venom, regeneration. By week 100, these mutations has gone into evolving into chameleonization, cryokinesis, and chirokinesis. During week 142, a mysterious new mutation was stumbled upon, and then the biologist inserted specimen X-001's DNA into a petri dish, which spread to every other dish, mimicking the ability perfectly. One of the scientists, Nina, attempted to study the mutation to which the subject it originally was from, but did not have access to the mysterious undocumented Bay 86. By week 148, due to the lack of success in specimen X-001, the lack of ability to improve the stabilization of the mutation, Nina was unable to meet her quota of 568 credits and was subsequently killed at the mainframe. The rest of the team confronted Eric, the Overseer, about it, believing him to be responsible. However, after disabling the mainframe's monitoring system in the Overseer's office, Eric made a revelation. For more than 2 years, he had quietly been working on an escape plan. Unbeknownst to the rest of the team, Eric had just been as much of a prisoner to the mainframe as everyone else. He had finalized the development of a prototype computer virus that would be taken into this mainframe. The plan was to use this virus on the mainframe, shutting it down and escaping the day before the quotas were due. On the day of the escape, the residents enacted the plan, and it was going well until the mainframe active superseded Protocol Omega, which revealed the vault and killed all the residents. However, the virus was ultimately uploaded and successfully shut down the mainframe, leaving the vault open. In addition, the animals began to escape, prompting the vault to begin activating an emergency management system and call for assistance. Vault 100. Hidden within the game files of Fallout 3, we can find Vault 100 reference in the form of a Pip-Boy icon with Vault 100 written on the back. No other information of even if Fallout 3 planned to have this vault within the game, and this is the only thing we have. We have this icon. This is the only reference to this possible vault within Fallout 3. Also, side note, the icon can be found within the game files of Fallout Vegas as legacy content, as some of the items or things that were found in Fallout 3 were kept in the background when Obsidian was working on the game. Vault 101. The vault was constructed sometime in the 2060s along with the other vaults in Washington, D.C. The Vault 76 Overseer was originally selected to be its first Overseer, but she refused the position in order to save Appalachia. The original and underlying purpose of Vault 101 experiment was to stay closed indefinitely in order to study the role of the Overseer when a vault never opened. However, Vault 101 has been opened numerous times, violating its original mandate and becoming infested by ride roaches during these events, making the vault susceptible to additional large infestations as time went by. In fact, one of the main objectives of Vault 101 security was to contain these pests. Vault 101 was supplied with most of the equipment they would need to function indefinitely, such as an absurd amount of spare parts for the water processor, but as of note, the vault did not receive a DEC device because they would not be wanting them to go onto the surface. Just after the Great War in 2077, the first Vault 101 Overseer, in order to prevent anyone from leaving the vault, created the illusion that the outside world is an uninhabitable nuclear ravaged wasteland with absolutely no hope of existence outside the vault. This was accomplished through regularly fake radio transmissions, increasing the idea that Vault 101's residents were the only hope of survival was in this vault. The first Vault 101 overseer died of natural causes in 2127, having prepared a subordinate to continue the vault experiment. The second Vault 101's overseer led Vault 101's dwellers by the same isolationist doctrine, but also attempted to convince senior Vault dwellers to become complicit with the Vault experiments. The Vault dwellers were sealed within the Vault with the mantra, "We are born in this vault, we live in this vault, we die in this vault." Sometime before 2241, an unnamed Vault 101 overseer strongly favored the outside contact idea and assembled a survey team led by Ann Palmer. Together, they began planning the types of mutations they might encounter. They finally went to the outside world and going to Megaton sometime before February 10th of 2241. The team returned to Vault 101 on February 10th and analyzed their samples to see if the outside world is as dangerously eradicated as they had been before. They studied the giant ants they killed and decided to revise their survey plans in the light of what they have learned. Two members of the survey team remained in Megaton to serve as contacts between the two settlements and to further survey the surrounding environment. The overseer who preceded Alfonso Modovar vanished after another expedition in the capital wasteland failed. Almodovar became the new overseer of Vault 1 sometime before 2258. Under his rule, the vault changed into a police state with the strict policy of isolationism again. Early in his tenure as overseer, around 2258 and 59, James and his child, later known as the Lone Wanderer, came to the vault seeking shelter and arrived in front of the vault. James proposed to become the vault's new physician in return of entering to the vault, and the overseer granted this request. James kept his child ignorant of his origins because of this agreement with the overseer, convincing the Lone Wanderer that they were born into the vault. In late 2260s, Jonas Palmer was appointed to be James's assistant, whom he would be the voice of reason. Between 2265 and 67, a girl escaped Vault 101 and made her way to Megaton. She entered the crater supply and asked Mariah Brown to reinforce her jumpsuit, but the girl never returned to pick it up, leaving her armored Vault 101 jumpsuit in Megaton. In 2272, another Vault dweller escaped from Vault 101 and made his way to Megaton. He made his way to Moriarty's saloon, calling Moriarty that members of Vault 101 were brainwashed into believing the overseer is the only voice of reason. On August 17th, 2277, a radroach infestation started, and James used this as an event to take to his advantage and escape in the vault. In the ensuing conflict between radroaches and security team, every member of the security force was then ordered to contain both the radroaches and capture the Lone Wanderer in questioning for James's departure. And this would eventually lead us into the events of Fallout 3. However, we can skip back to the events midway through Fallout 3 because actually there is some updates, some really interesting things that happen through it that a lot of players actually miss in Fallout 3. And that is sometimes after their departure, the Lone Wanderer's departure and James's departure, Paul Hannon Jr. dies of a radroach bite after refusing treatment, and Vault 101's overseer becomes more oppressive with the dwellers than before. Through the experiments, the remaining Vault dwellers learn that life above ground is possible, and this discovery creates a new crisis and division within Vault 101. A group of rebels emerged, led by Armada, including the younger Vault dwellers who were holed up in the Vault Clinic. They wish to open up Vault 101, interact with the outside world, and open up a limited trade supply with nearby settlements, and make up excursions into the wasteland when necessary. The other group, which was led by the Vault 101 overseer, wanted to keep the vault permanently closed in accordance with the vault's intended experiment. Butch DeLaura wished to abandon the vault entirely, live on the surface, and become a companion within the Fallout. Vault 106. As part of its vault experiment, psychoactive drugs were released into the Vault 106 air filtration system 10 days after the door was sealed. Information in the vault's computer system reveals that the overseer was aware of this experiment, ordering personnel to lie to the residents about it if they asked any questions. Though he insisted the tests would be brief and non-lethal, the psychoactive drugs began causing many residents to grow disoriented, delirious, and eventually violent. The Overseer ordered a lockdown, but eventually the vault security personnel were overrun. By 2277, the vault's interior is mostly destroyed and filled with insane survivors. The psychoactive drugs are still being pumped into the vault's air filtration systems, as evidenced by the player's character's vision being turned into different shades of blue, and at the same time hallucinations appear. At the very end, the vault is like a cave system where skeletons and other items are located, including a mini-nuke, suggesting that some of the vault dwellers may have been trying to blow their way out of the vault. Vault 108. Construction of the vault began in March of 2061, but was cut short by December of 2069 due to a work shortage. It was built to accommodate 475 residents for a total of 38 years. The premise of the vault was to revolve around intentionally leaving all standard positions unfilled and to be signed personally by the Overseer. This was the exception of 3 named roles, including Zachary Jameson, the Chief of Staff, Jared Maddox as the Chief of Security, and Nathan Argonian, the Morale Officer. In addition, the primary power supply was intended to set to fail in 20 years, just shy of half the vault's intended active lifespan. The backup power supply was a mini geothermal and would not have enough power to power the entirety of the vault. In fact, the scientists were made aware of this issue. And in addition, the vault would be outfitted with 3 times the normal amount of defensive weaponry and lack standard entertainment. For the Overseer role, these scientists chose Brody Jones, who, according to Dupree's signed medical tests, had genetic disposition for a rare type of cancer. They estimated that this would cause death in a little over 3 years after the project start date. The scientists noted that these 2 events should combine to allow a proper catalyst that allows this project to continue as planned. Scientists within the vault furthermore engaged in a series of cloning experiments. A holotape found in the cloning lab describes their efforts to clone a man repetitively. It outlined the process and that in every time a man named Gary was cloned, he immediately became hostile to the non-clones, with each one becoming more violent. After the 53rd time, the staff began to wonder what to do with all these clones of Gary, and the vault's observation rooms were becoming filled with Gary. Shortly thereafter, Gary 54 exhibited the same increasing aggression, this time injuring a doctor, Dr. Peterson, during his examination. The entry also states that they would be destroying some of the clones to make room for many more tests. When the lone wanderer discovers this location, only the Gary clones remain, and no other occupants or scientists are alive at this point. This is everyone's favorite vault. If you don't love the Gary vault, then I don't know what you're talking about. This vault is so much fun, and it was just doomed to fail from the start, but I think it's funny that at the end of the day, the clones of Gary was its downfall. It wasn't that it was set to fail with the power reactor, that the Overseer had to handpick its senior staff, that the Overseer was going to die within 3 years. No, it was the Gary clones destroyed Vault 108. Vault 109. Vault 109 is another vault that has only been mentioned or seen within the Fallout board game series, which leaves it into that semi to non-canon section. This vault would be close-ish to Vault 84, as it was to be known that the two shared a trade route with one another. However, by the time of the Fallout
I'm your competitor. I make sure people see me first, so they never consider you.
I am your marketing agency, and I get paid every...
Gary,
just dropped him downtown.